Hello, everyone, and welcome to the LCS Challenger stream where we are here live with the North American Challengers League qualifiers. The open qualifiers, should I say, where 32 teams are still in the hunt for 16 slots in the main group stage. My name is, of course, Hawk. I'll be on the stream with you all day today, and joining me is the wonderful Smacks. How are you doing, my friend?
I'm great. It's a great weekend to start up some League of Legends. We had a bunch of it yesterday. And today on this stream, we're going to be qualifying one of the teams straight to the group stage. And yeah, can't wait for that one. It'll be a great time.
Very true. And if you're wondering how that qualification works, maybe we can run through the format super fast, as it's a little bit complicated, but we'll get through it together. So we had a bunch of teams submit applications, and from there, 32 teams, or what should I say, 24 teams automatically qualified, where the last 8 were then selected. Out of these 32 teams, these teams are all seeded by the committee, and then they play a 5-game Swiss qualifier, which means that they play games against teams with the same record as them. 3 wins is the golden ticket into the main group stage, where 16 of the 32 will then find themselves. So that's what we're deciding today, is those 16 teams. Smacks, you got anything to add to this?
Well, unfortunately, this does mean that we're eliminating 16 of our teams today.
That's such a bummer.
As only half of them do move on. But yeah, it's going to be a great day. We have all of the rest of the Swiss games today. And, of course, the teams are qualifying for the group stage. This is an example of one of the groups. We have 4 of them ready and prepared for the teams to fill in. And 2 teams of each of these groups move on. As you can see, they play a couple of best of 3s. If you win 2 of the best of 3s, then you're in. If you lose 2, then you're out. That's how these GSL groups go. You may remember them from MSI this year, just a little bit ago. And those 2 teams that qualify from the groups move on into the elimination bracket. And this part's the simplest part. It's just a bracket.
Yeah, just a single elimination bracket. Quarterfinals and semis are a best of 3, but the grand finals is a best of 5. So we've got 2 of these throughout the split, and of course, the top 4 teams, based on championship points at the end of it all, will qualify for the promotion tournament for the LCS Challengers League. So that's a lot of information that we threw at you, but basically, we're looking at teams to get 3 wins over yesterday and today. And starting off the day today, Smacks, we are covering one of these 2-0 matchups. Winthrop University against Blue Otter, which means one of these 2 teams will be qualifying for the group stage in about 45 minutes.
Yep, getting into the group stage, getting all these points and everything to get into the promotion tournament, getting ever closer to some of the prizing that we have too. I believe we have one more slide. Yes, there we go. The prize breakdown, because there is money to be earned playing League of Legends in these events, so that's always fun. But yeah, lots of qualifier points. Those in turn bring you over to the promotion tournament, as you said, Hawk. And also, as you said, Winthrop and Blue Otter are going to be our teams today, at least the first set of teams on this stream. I think this is a good time to remind everybody that we will not be covering every single game on this stream. And that is because there are 16 of them going on at the same time. We can only watch
There's a lot of League of Legends being played right now.
There's a lot. And there's a lot of streams, too. I hope that everyone can take a look at all of the community streams that are going on. I'm sure there's tweets out and about on the internet that you can go check out. But one of them is Rally Cry 2, where you can find Grapes and Alk Battery casting that game too. So yeah, a lot of action to be viewed for everybody. Hopefully you've got multiple monitors or something.
Definitely. I mean, there's a lot of good stuff happening at the moment for sure. Be sure to go support everybody in the space. But Smacks, here on our stream today, it is going to be our first matchup. Winthrop against Blue Otter. You can see Blue Otter's roster on screen. Izo, Demon, Reppy, Zev, and Pika. This was a roster that I think for a lot of us, it came out of nowhere a little bit, but seeded them 13. They are in a position where we might expect them to qualify, and they've got some good names on their squad.
Yeah, and 13, I think, even is a little bit low considering the 2-0. I think 2-0 is top 8 as the projected finishers here, but we've had a lot of upsets and everything just yesterday, so I expect that to continue. But it will be difficult for the Blue Otter squad to take down our second-seeded team overall in Winthrop University, a collegiate roster that many of you just have seen over in the CLAW Top 4. And maybe somebody on the stream was there in person, perhaps.
You might have heard a familiar voice covering their best of 5 series. I know it didn't go quite according to plan, but make no mistake, Winthrop, one of the most formidable teams in the collegiate space nonetheless. And Smacks, they have made a change for anyone that is following CLOL. Trickster coming into the jungle, of course, Frost Forest. Congratulations to him. Graduated last semester, moving on into the great grand world. And so Trickster coming in to fill those shoes, a very proficient jungler.
Yeah, I'm really excited for Trickster. We have some other additions to the roster, but it doesn't look like we will be seeing them in this game today. I'm, of course, referring to Sword, the previous mid laner and support in the NACL and Academy space for teams like TSM and FlyQuest. But he will be sitting out for today, as he did yesterday as well, conveying taking that starting spot on the roster. We didn't actually talk to them about why that is, but conveying did do quite well in the games yesterday. Played a couple of games of Annie, and Winthrop, of course, did win both of those, and will only need to win one more today to qualify for those groups. And I think, you know, this team is seeded second. They could potentially make it all the way to that 5-0 game or 5-0 benchmark, although that Mirage Alliance team that I'm sure we're going to be seeing at some point today seems pretty formidable.
Yeah, I mean, we've definitely got high expectations for this team, but they do have the upstart in Blue Otter standing their way, as you said, already finding a bit of an upset yesterday in the second game. So as far as expectations for this matchup, before we get into picks and bans, where are we really looking for these teams to want to play around to get the best conditions for themselves possible?
Well, both of these teams did unfortunately use the cheat code yesterday, Hawk, and that cheat code, of course, is the kitty kitty meow meow. Yumi
oh, not the kitty kitty meow meow. Oh,
by both
boy.
Pika Pika and Chookies. They both played it. And whenever that happens, you know that it's a bit of a bot lane meta. And so I'm expecting a lot of action in that lane. We know that Chookie's been playing that Annie, like we mentioned before, which is more of a supportive role. Champion, not something that he usually does, I might add. He's a lot of the times playing things like the melee champions and everything in the mid lane, which are very fun and can carry games. Not too dissimilar to Reppy on the other side, who did play a Katarina game.
Yeah.
But when there's a Yumi attaching to the marksman, it's mostly around that role. So I'm expecting bot lane to be a pretty big impact.
Yeah, I like it. Sounds about right to me. Definitely Winthrop, at least in CLOL, they love playing to both their side lanes, but Mobility and Chookies in particular are those big threats. And Zev stepping up big time yesterday for Blue Otter as well. But Smacks, I think it is time. We've got draft coming onto your screens now. We're underway.
Yeah, it looks like Winthrop taking the red side here, Blue Otter over on the blue. As we mentioned, both these teams are 2-0. One more win for either of them will qualify for the group stage. And again, as a reminder, there are still 3 games to be played for both of these teams and for everybody in this qualifier. So it's definitely looking like both of them will make it all the way through. It's pretty rare that we get a 2-0 to 2-3.
Pretty rare. Not impossible, however, as we have seen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
Oh. Well, let's hope that doesn't happen to either of these teams. We are, of course, going to root for all the teams on our stream to make it through, but definitely getting that third win is huge, and any win after that, because I should mention that every single win in the open qualifier stage does give you 5 championship points towards qualification. So if you're a team that's expecting to contend up at the top towards promotion, getting these additional OQ wins past the 3 that you need can be big. But picks and bans on our screen. That Annie that we mentioned earlier, Smacks, has been taken away from conveying. We will see Winthrop's mid laner on something else. And then otherwise, it's some of the usual suspects. Malachi, Nico, Lucian taken off the board.
Yeah, Nico, just the recently reworked champion, seems to be really, really strong.
Yeah.
So that I don't think that's ever really happened before, where Nico's just like that powerful. So just goes to show how strong the rework is. But I'm hoping that this last ban is a Yumi, please. Please just not let that champion
I'd be
go
really
through.
disappointed if I came into play-by-play cast like for the one time ever and had to just do Yumi. Like come on, let's give me some real supports here.
Oh my. Okay, well, it's Kindred ban. Well, is it just gonna be a first pick Yumi? Is that what the world has come to here for Blue Otter? I know a lot of the teams yesterday in NACL were doing it, so I guess I wouldn't be too surprised. All right, well, that's Zeri. You can pick Yumi with other champions, but I do think that Winthrop is now going to have to pick Yumi and just deny that combo away because it's just way too good, Hawk.
Yeah, that sounds right to me. Oh, I'm so disappointed, and yet it's not surprising whatsoever. There are still a lot of OPs up on the board, though. Aphelios, one that is worth mentioning. Lulu, another very strong enchanter. You've got things like Wukong, Vi up on the board as well. So lots of things that these teams could go for, but it is just going to be Smacks. I feel like, again, I'm disappointed, even though I should have expected this.
Yeah, all right. Well, we've got the Yumi.
It's
And
fine. It's fine.
It's probably going to be Lulu, right, for Blue Otter. I think that's going to be coming through. But again, we did mention that this was an expected outcome of the draft. Hyper carries in the bottom lane paired alongside the enchanters. Yep, there's the Yumi. Okay. Well, that doesn't mean we can't get other interesting things happening in the draft, right, Hawk? We have Reppy. He's a Katarina player. Katarina maybe looks good here, right? All right. Well, Wukong's kind of cool. We like Wukong, right?
It's like it likes to fight. We like fighting. That's always fun. So Wukong, I'm okay with it, even though it's something we see a lot. I feel like I'm with you. Reppy could totally pick something unhinged, and also Denethor, the top laner for Winthrop. Not really said his name yet so far. Used to be considered a bit of a one trick. Has not been that story anymore. Very much been branching out in the champion pool recently. For example, in CeeLo, playing things like Scion and Malphite in top 4. So maybe Denethor could hit us with something a little spicy too, at least hopefully.
I really hope so. I'm a big fan of Denethor. I think he's one of the strongest top laners that have this entire event. I've been seeing him play a lot of these carry champions and a lot of things just branching out. As you said, did play the tanks before and has been known to pilot that sort of thing. Maybe it would just be a tank matchup into ISO, as with the Maokai ban, you can already tell that the tanks here for ISO are at the top of the brains here for Winter, considering what he is known to play. The Lissandra also taken off the board. I actually find that one really interesting. This is one of those champions that can do a lot to shut down the melee assassin style of the Katarina.
Oh wow, they banned it
from Reppy. I mean, that's just a respectful ban, you know. But as I was saying, Lissandra typically pretty good against that style. So if Reppy does have other champions at his disposal, you don't have Lissandra anymore.
Yeah, I like the Katarina respect ban as well, not just because it was played yesterday, but also there's a funny Cat Evolve tweet saying that Reppy took the mantle of #1 Katarina in the world. So, the Cat Evolved, of course, couldn't have that, but the respect is being paid to the Blue Otter mid laner. It's just going to be a Syndra instantly slammed down, so Winthrop clearly wanting to get their hands on some laning power to supplement the scaling they haven't bought.
Ooh, yeah. I always really like having Syndra paired up with the Aphelios as well, because when you have a marksman that's not very mobile, it's really good to pair that with the Scatter the Weak and other just like crowd control that forces people away. Especially now with this Akali and the Wukong, you want to just make sure that there's enough space away from Aphelios where these champions just aren't able to just one-shot him and everything. So really glad to see a champion pairing like that. And I'm also really glad to see the Nautilus top lane, it looks like, for ISO. That's always really fun.
Yeah, this is an ISO specialty. It has looked pretty OP in the games I've seen it. I believe ISO has already played it at least once so far this open qualifier, but that does open up Denethor to go for the tried and true. Look, he may no longer be a one-trick, but if you give him a Camille angle, it looks like he's willing to bust it out. So Summer, the drafts have been fully locked in here. What are we looking at? What are we expecting here?
All right, well, we do have that carry top for Denethor, which I love to see. We have the Yumi, which I hate to see. I am really displeased by that, as you
We're just going to spend the entire game talking about how much we don't like to see Yumi. I think we could do that, right?
I think so. I'm a cat fan otherwise, but it's just in this meta. The things that they've done to this Yumi champion are just such an abomination here, Hawk. I'm going to be honest with you. She used to take some skill.
The things that they have done to her.
I used to be a Yumi apologist back in the day. but not anymore. Now that they've reworked her, I just
Summer,
I
I've
can't
got to be honest with
excuse it.
you. I've never been a Yumi fan. I've always been a hater. So I'm here.
Okay.
I'm welcoming you to the club with my open arms.
All right. Well, I like cats in general, so I
Okay,
think that's
same. They're cute. Cats are cute.
yeah. I've got two of them of my own, you know. So yeah. Also, one of my friends, Chris, has a cat that she named after Yumi. So that
Really?
Yumi cat I love. Yes.
That's really cute. Oh. Okay. Well, unfortunately, we do have the Yumi in this game, but I think we're really looking at between these two compositions, right, is a lot of scaling for both sides in the bottom lane. We mentioned that Mobility and Zev going to want to be those big carries, but it's a bit more scrappy on the top side of the map. So is there one composition that you like their ability to find plays more than the other?
That's a good question. I mean, the Vi is quite good here into the Zeri, into the Akali. I think, well, okay. So the interesting thing here is like Vi and Nautilus have kind of the same ultimate, if you think about it, Hawk. They're basically the same, except
You just both press R and yeah.
Yeah, but Nautilus is ranged and Vi's is melee. It's the same ultimate otherwise. So they both got that tool, but I think for Vi's it actually is oftentimes much more effective into things like that Zeri. So I like the playmaking abilities here for Trickster, as we're onto the Rift, by the way.
Yeah. We'll see if Trickster can be that big playmaker for Winthrop. Nobody getting up to any sort of level 1 craziness. And I think we've really just got to keep an eye on where these junglers start. Seems like they're going to be going for opposite clears with Trickster actually moving up towards the top side of the map potentially. Maybe not what we were expecting.
Yeah, that is really interesting. I'm not too big a fan of that one. I mean, you do have a carry top into a tank up there, so like getting Camille off to the races can be nice, but I don't know. I think that doesn't necessarily need to be a full clear here for Trickster. He can just go for a 3 camp and then try to find some shenanigans somewhere else. But regardless of what that will be, Demon does have a ward on that Raptor camp, so we'll get some information on where Trickster actually will be, and if he does show there, it's gonna give a lot of safety to that bottom lane for sure.
Mobility not getting the level 2 first, already getting chunked out, so a good start to the lane for the side of Blue Otter. And just for anyone joining us right now, there are a couple solo queue names that I will clear up real quick. So the support for Blue Otter, Happy Game, we are going to be calling Pika Pika, and the jungler for Winthrop University is Trickster. So just to clear up any sort of confusion there, but no action in the very early portions of the game. Both junglers just going for full clears, clearing towards their respective laners. Maybe in a minute or so, we might see some of that action, but so far, both teams just content to farm it out.
Actually, really early push here for Izo. I guess Nautilus has better wave clear than Camille. I mean, Camille's wave clear is not that good, so I shouldn't be too surprised about that, but I just haven't seen much top lane Nautilus in a very long time.
It's really an Izo special.
Yeah. I love that stuff though, and you know, we saw the flexes around on that champion and other fun stuff from Northwood. We got the chance to listen to Izo talk a bit about that run with Northwood, because again, collegiate players on both sides here today.
Definitely.
Northwood barely missing out on the LA LAN, did lose to SLU, and they're really proud of that run, and just narrowly missing out on the LAN because of the changes made where it was top 4 LAN instead of top 8, and Izo is very confident in his team's capabilities in making the run to the LAN next year for sure.
Definitely, and Izo did mention in an interview with Yanni, shout out Yanni, that next year might be his last one really playing competitively. Will be graduating next year, so congratulations to him first of all for entering his senior year, and also hoping the best for Izo moving forward, as Denethor is putting a bit of a beating on him in the top lane with that Camille, but the wave in a really tricky spot, forcing Trickster to hover up here.
Holding the show also as charge up that Vault Breaker. Even gonna help out with the wave. Oh, what a kind jungler. Depending on how many of his minions he takes, of course. Hasn't taken any yet. What a kind boy.
Demon's up
Oh.
here, though. Hook lands. Hold on. Denethor caught out under the tower, but a great hook shot wall dive gets him out of dodge, and Wave critically crashes.
Yeah, this is going to be a little bit of a quick recall here for Denethor because of that. I think it's going to just be matched really nicely, though. Did bring Demon all the way up. As you noted earlier, Demon did clear toward the bottom lane, so coming all the way back up, stopping in that top lane, going to delay his rotation a little bit, and it does seem like Demon is trying to hit that level 6 power spike as soon as possible, because as we know, with the Zeri compositions, you oftentimes do want to scale up and get the 5v5s online as soon as possible with all of her super annoying mobility and spread damage.
Yeah, but you can see with Demon not being able to play around bottom as well, mobility actually opening up quite a good CS lead right now, up 11, maybe looking for a first base, or maybe not, lurking in the bush. Yeah. This is in full information for Blue Water.
But they're actually using the full information very nicely. They're not choosing to cancel the recall at all. So just by doing that, they denied 1 minion. And they brought their jungler down to maybe cause some havoc.
Hey, 1 minion, that's 20 gold. Like that, I could buy like a McDonald's with that. Like, I mean,
With
dang.
20 gold, huh?
Yeah.
Wait.
McDonald's is kind of expensive these days.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
Junglers do find each other, though, as it is just going to be Trickster. Vault breakering over the wall, no crazy sort of action. But it is Blue Otter, once again. They're flexing their muscles on bottom, and mobility getting chunked out, forced to relinquish this big wave. And oh no, Trickster stepping up under the tower, 4v2, but the TP comes in. Trickster flash away, Reppy's in and out with the perfect execution. Conveying wants to try to trade it back, but will not be able to with the unleashed power. Well played to Blue Otter, picking up first blood.
Wow, he landed the shuriken flip even through the flash there onto Trickster. That was really, really impressive stuff out of Reppy, the master maneuverer, even off of the Katarina. Love to see that one out of the mid lane here for Blue Otter, starting things off very nicely. Unfortunately for all of Winthrop, mobility got the memo that he needed to back away, but they still wanted to catch that wave, which at that point, the wave is just completely gone.
There was a lot of McDonald's dying to that tower. They needed to save it, you know? I don't blame them. I know I would have, but unfortunately, Blue Water, I mean, like you said, it was a great punish.
So, I have a question about the mechanics of this here. Is 1 gold equivalent to $1?
That's what I'm going with. That is indeed what I'm running with. I don't know if like that makes sense, but we're doing it.
Oh my God, I don't know if these items are really worth it then to build. You could be investing in, you know?
That's true. Yeah.
Saving up for a house, especially in this economy, you know? Like.
Yeah. I mean, that is a lot of money. Like over the course of the game, these players get enough to like farm up a whole car for themselves, and instead they're spending it on like cool swords and stuff. Look, when I was 16, that sounds cool, but now that I'm like graduated and supposed to be a functioning adult, like I'm starting to think about how I use my money a bit more. This sounds very foolish.
Also, they spawn into the Rift level 1 with $500. Like, come on.
That's true. Yeah. It's pretty good
They
stuff.
got like a savings bond from a grand.
Yeah. Yeah, the shopkeeper is lending it out to him. Knows he'll get it back in return later. But neutral objectives have been started, Smacks, as we are still playing a game of League of Legends here, not Investment Simulator. As it's just going to be a trade. Blue Water picking up the Herald, Winthrop picking up the Dragon. So we'll have to see what Blue Water gets out of this first Herald. I think a lot of people do consider that to be the better objective. I would think they would want to give this money over to Zev so he can buy more cool swords.
He's gonna need a lot of cool swords.
Yeah.
Specifically, 3 of them positioned in a triangle and then turning into like a big yellow thing. I think that's all the rage here these days on the Zeri builds. Starting off with the Berserker's Greaves, just getting the annoyance off very early with the extra movement speed. There is some lockdown available though. The Gravitum gun available, the Vi here with the ultimate, the Vault Breaker, as sorry, the cease and desist. Vault Breaker comes after that. I gotta get my sequencing in order here for Vi. Can't be embarrassing my fellow Vi support.
It's okay.
players
There's
like
like
Sky
1,000 ability names in the game. You know, I'll cut you some slack.
Is it up to 1,000? You know what?
I mean, I don't actually know what every
It's gotta be
champion
close.
has 4. There's like 100.
Well, there's
no,
5,
okay, there's
'cause
probably not
passives,
1,000.
right?
Oh, true. And some champions have more as well.
that's what I'm
So, It's probably not 1,000, but it's probably quite a few.
It's gotta be close. It's gotta be close.
Like, I would guess at least like 800.
I think all of Aphelios' abilities have different names too. But then again, he doesn't have an E, so...
Yeah, he's only got... He probably actually has... Well, wait, so 5 Qs and 1 ult. Yeah, that is quite a few, actually.
So it'd be 10 and the passive, so 11. 11 spell names for Aphelios. That's more than double most champions. So.
Yeah, well, let's see if they can use some of those spell names in a bot play here. Trickster once again just sneaking. It seems like mostly relegated to covering these waves on the push, but against Max, as we do get towards this mid game, only 1 kill going over. We've highlighted the scaling for both squads. I think they're both perfectly happy to just sit here, farm it out, and test their mettle in the 5-on-5.
That dive was going to be really tricky to go for Trickster, but it did actually draw the attention of the mid jungle from Blue Water to try to stop it, because you could tell the Blue Water was considering that it might happen and just wanted to be completely, entirely safe on the play. I like that from Blue Water, you know, just trying to draw some more attention, and they've got another wave crashing, so they can potentially punish Mobility and Chookies on the reset. Reppy's spending a lot of time, though.
Ooh, Trickster feels pressured to come cover. Look at this. Coming down, and Mobility, yeah, zoned off the tower, but Demon, did you overstep? Mobility has the Gravitum gun. That's Flash. Cease and desist going in. Moonlight Vigil comes out, and Mobility splashes 1. Now, it is Pika Pika forced to run away. Wild Growth is popped. Reppy's here first, however, and Winthrop will back away. It ends up just being a 1-for-1 as Blue Water gets everybody out on a sliver of HP.
Yeah, both of the dives are actually really tricky, but now Conveying is here, and everyone's really low. I think they're just going to be backing away. But as I was saying, yeah, the dives, really hard to go for. Everyone's full HP. Everyone has all of their summoner spells, and it's double Enchanter, too. So the extra shielding, the healing available in the Yuumi ultimate. I don't know. I don't like the dive attempts on either side. Winthrop rightly called it off, but Blue Water took the bite and went underneath that turret, which... Fun fact, deals a lot of damage at 11 minutes.
And you've got to give credit to Trickster as well for coming back down, recognizing that play could come through. Quality jungling from Winthrop, and it's Mobility getting the kill and a bunch of golden plates. However, you see Izo coming down, Conveying, almost certainly going to die, flashes back under the tower, but the hook, the depth charge, it's way too much CC. That's a nice kill for Blue Water.
That's definitely one thing that I recall from many of the Northwood games, where Izo playing the crowd control bot up in the top lane is just like, well, I can just roam and we can kill that guy right now, right? Nobody expects the top lane roam, and it's true to some extent. Nobody really does expect top lane roams to be this effective, but, I mean, Nautilus, that's a support champion. If a Nautilus support roams on you, you're having a bad time, so imagine what a Nautilus top lane with extra gold and levels can do to you.
Yeah, he's on a top lane salary these days, moving up in the world. Good for Nautilus, but like you said, it's a pretty nice gank in mid. It is picked up by Demon as well on the Wukong. But I do want to point out some of the CS discrepancies that have opened up in the carry positions, Max, because it is, despite some of the early action, Winthrop up a bit of farm in both mid and bot, keeping the gold exceptionally close in this game.
Zev hasn't quite completed all 3 swords in a triangle yet, whereas Mobility's got the Storm Razor. You know, with the new build for Trinity Force having a Kindle Gem in it, I feel like that doesn't really fit the theme anymore. Kindle Gem is not a sword.
Yeah, it's like 2 swords in a pearl. Like,
well, it's
what's
not
up
even
with that?
2 swords. It's 1 sword, 1 axe, and a little ruby.
Yeah. That's super weird. But we got a fight in bot. Zeb immediately getting chunked out. Needs more of those rubies to survive. Demon unfortunately goes down first. Pika Pika gets jumped on, and Denethor is here. Winthrop, they clean up the fight in bot. A quick 3-for-0.
Oh, these Yuumi ultimates. This is what I don't like about the new Yuumi here, Hawk. The team fight power of this spell is just way too high. It has so much effective HP because it slows down the enemies, it deals damage to the enemies, and it heals up your entire team, and you can move it around now. Like, what were they thinking with this spell? Once the next item comes through for Chookies as well, the Imperial Mandate, that damage just continues to go through the roof, spreading the Mandate onto every single enemy champion. Like, I don't know, guys. Why did we do this to Yuumi? She's just way too good.
I think as you know, all the teams, they should just agree, handshake agreement. Hey, no Yumi. Let's let the casters watch more fun support champions
Oh,
than
yeah,
Yumi
for our
Lulu
sake,
every
yeah.
game. Yeah,
I
that
think it's
would
for
be my
everyone's
proposal.
sake, to be
Yeah,
honest. Like, I don't
definitely.
think anyone likes playing or watching or playing against this champion right now.
Oh, it's
But,
such a drag sometimes, but
Yeah.
I do want to point out as well, Mobility got 2 of those 3 kills in the bottom lane, and a whole tower, and Winthrop got their second dragon. So, Summer, we highlighted that the bot lane would be a big power point for both these teams. Well, Winthrop, it looks like they're playing around it pretty dang well, getting their ADC online.
Yeah, good to note as well that Denethor teleported down to that play, perhaps felt jealous that Iso was getting out on the action in the mid lane, so wanting to participate a little bit himself, did pick up a kill for himself alongside a Trinity Force of his own to match that of Zev. Now, going potentially back to his station here. Actually, no. Looking mid, potentially trying to find Zev again. Still retaining the flash on the Camille. That Hextech Ultimatum can be quite deadly. No, I spoke too soon. Back to top lane. Back to the side lane. And, yeah, I mean, Camille on 1 item. Even if it's not Divine Sunder, which I guess I'm a little surprised about into a tank matchup. But, yeah, the one item spike on Camille is still just way too good. There are not really any champions that can fight her there.
Denethor, also the proud owner of a sword, an axe, and a gem in one circle to create 3
It's
swords.
a triangle, Hawk.
As it were. As a triangle. Oh, gosh. I literally messed it up. The Trinity. Oh, boy. Well, either way, Denethor, 3 swords in a triangle, is feeling pretty strong, as you say. Gets his back interrupted. That's very rude, Iso. But both these teams, I mean, there's not really anything to fight for on the map. We saw Blue Otter take away the Herald. So definitely still keeping the game close, despite the marginal lead to Winthrop. And as we look forward in this game, where are we looking at these teams to find potentially game-winning advantages in the later stages?
Zev really needs to get to this team fight phase as soon as possible, I think. And needs to have that front line ready and available, which it kind of already is. There's 1 item for Wukong, 1 item for Nautilus. But I think Wukong and Nautilus potentially could be in a little bit of a scuffle here. No. Backing away. They're backing off of all these fights here, Hawk. It's hard to set them up. But it's because they're actually really difficult to go for. All these members on Blue Otter, pretty bulky, and there's a Lulu available.
Yeah. Hey, we've talked so much about team fights. Clearly, these teams know what's up as well, not wanting to flip anything crazy. And it makes perfect sense. Trickster just trying to control the topside jungle, not allow Blue Otter to really walk in for free. You can see a pretty good line of red wards all around the map. Now, of course, as I say that, Blue Otter, they do go in and clear some of those out, keeping things somewhat even on that side of the map. And everybody just hanging out, having a good time on Summoner's Rift. It's very friendly, this game, I feel like.
Yeah, I guess that's true. There were a few dives early game. Those are less than friendly, I would say. But
yeah,
other than
you know,
that,
just some disagreements though. Like friends can fight, right? That's that's what I think.
I suppose so. All right. Well,
well, they're just all
Anyway.
gonna back away, and I'm sure they'll be less than friends sometime soon. Because you're right, you know, while friends fight, they definitely don't like to kill each other. And in this game, I think that's what's gonna happen at some point. Maybe around this dragon spawning in a minute. It will be soul point for Winthrop if they pick that one up. And we want to track those critical members again. Mobility and Zev. Zev will have the flash back up and available for that. Both ADCs sitting on 1 item for this. But Winthrop, they're going to try to take down a mid tower beforehand. And in fact, they will, finding another advantage into their back pocket.
it's just so hard for Blue Otter to actually get anything done in these fights. So splitting up the map, trying to trade for gold is in their best interest, which is something that they've actually done quite nicely. They've got 3 members up in this top lane. They just have to make sure they don't get killed for this as they're dropping the Rift Herald.
Yeah, ooh, the Rift Herald summon might have been a little preemptive as it is Winthrop here to respond, and they're going to stop it entirely. Now, dragon spawning in 10 seconds. You can see Blue Otter set up in the jungle, but who's collapsing on who? Conveying is getting looked at. That's a jump in from Demon flashing over the wall. They're in with everybody. Conveying goes down, but Demon follows suit. Mobility trying to run forward with a Yuumi on his back. Izo buying space for the team, but Zev gets jumped on, and it is Denethor taking him down. Winthrop's running him over. Red, white, they shouldn't have fight as Denethor finds a triple kill.
Oh my, yeah, it's just so hard. Like I was saying, Blue Otter, you don't want to start up these fights right now. You're way, way weaker than the item spikes of Winthrop and just the team fight coordination that is possible with the Yuumi ult available. You know what? I'm done complaining about this champion. You've heard it enough. You know it's strong, but you did just see it on your screen right there. And it's not going to get any easier for Blue Otter. Now 3 Drakes for Winthrop. That was a big, big fight.
And you saw it right there. Conveying ultimately did die, but it took so long for Conveying to go down that the rest of the cavalry was simply able to arrive and do the damage and smacked Denethor and Mobility, the 2 big carries that we highlighted for this team in the draft. They are online, 4 kills apiece, 2 items apiece. I would not want to be on the receiving end of that if I'm Blue Otter.
Yeah, I would not either. 100% KP, by the way. Vi, Aphelios, and Yuumi. Just goes to show that our draft analysis was correct here, Hawk. They did play around bottom lane, and they're still playing around bottom lane for Winthrop. Love to see that. We're smart after all.
Yeah, it is still that bot lane meta. You know, how smart are we really for predicting that in this meta these teams would play around bot? I guess I feel like in the OQs, you know, you do get teams that play elsewhere, but when you got like Aphelios and Zeri being as OP as they are, just feels like you're going crazy if you're not playing around these champs. Oh wait, hold on. Speaking of going crazy though, that's a Baron start.
I think they need to back away from this one. Yeah, Denethor's not here, but I'm still not confident that Blue Otter can win a 4v5.
Well, there is a fight off our screen as Reppy has died, and now Trickster is into the pit, has the Yuumi on his back. Depth Charge goes out. Moonlight Vigil goes wide as well, and Demon, with the turn, might have found out Mobility. The Aphelios will drop, and Conveying will follow suit. Winthrop, they overstep, but Trickster critically stays alive, and Blue Otter does not feel confident enough to do the Baron, as it's also Denethor bearing down on the base. Trickster, I don't think you wanted this. That's still 4 members there, my friend. And yeah, that's going to be 2 more kills going over. Jungler down. But Izo forced to TP back to the base to stop the Camille.
That's definitely the idea from Winthrop, to just delay for Denethor to try to end the game, but he's out of minions. And now he's out of HP as well. An effective ace from Blue Otter. And the Baron. This is a monumental throw.
Yeah, it might have been a little bit of desperation. I'm with you. It's definitely a throw. Let's not sugarcoat it. Winthrop getting way too overeager in that one. And gold, just like that, right back to even. Now, Winthrop, they did get an inhibitor. They did get a Nexus Tower. So we'll see how much Blue Otter can get with this Baron if they can open themselves up a gold lead. Zev getting towards that 3-item spike. Maybe they're getting to the point where they might just be able to take down Winthrop.
So let's just talk about what all just happened from Winthrop's perspective here, because they saw the Baron was started up. They caught out Reppy on the top lane, and then they said, okay, well, they could still be doing the Baron. Let's try to hop over. And Trickster, with Chookies attached, hops over that wall. However, once that happens, Conveying and Mobility are stuck on the other side of the fight, on the other side of the wall, with no way for Vi and Yuumi to go back to them, making it super, super easy for Izo and Demon to make that turn. And there's only one Scatter the Weak available. You don't have the Yuumi, you don't have the Vi. Alongside, you don't have that front line available. And Denethor is in the base with no teleport. So it's super easy for Blue Otter to then turn back over. And then, after all of that, Trickster wants to stop the bases, so he gives over 2 more shutdowns, and then the teleports come through and Denethor dies too. It's just like all this domino effect is Winthrop. You can see why they're making these decisions, but it just wasn't coordinated with the team quite like you'd want it to be. Now, They still are in this one, obviously.
Yeah.
They have this Aphelios Yumi. The gold is very even, and they're 1 minute away from potentially a Drake Soul. So it's not completely doomed, but it was still a very large throw.
It's almost like when you make a mistake, your first response is to try to do something to fix it. Winthrop,
Yeah.
they kept trying to do something to fix it and just breaking it even more. We've all been there, but maybe hoping they don't do that again.
Agreed. I'm definitely hoping that one myself, as gold completely even. All of a sudden, everyone on Winthrop, one more death in their KDA column, and see what they can do on this Drake here. Iso doesn't have teleport, which is why he's not the one up in the top lane right now. It unfortunately is Demon and Pika Pika. So I would definitely have preferred if Reppy was up there, because now the vision game is completely on Winthrop's side.
And Winthrop, they're just completely first to this objective. Now, they do have to respect the mid wave. Blue Otter could run down with Baron, but of course, it is a soul. Not really willing to give that one up for free unless they are. Wow. Blue Otter not even going to put up a contest. Forced to answer the super minions. So, I don't know. Maybe it was worth for Winthrop. 5-head tactical inhibitor in for soul play. I don't know.
I don't think so. I think.
What? I mean, what?
What? Yeah, no. I'm pretty sure that Blue Otter just kind of lost track of everything.
Yeah.
Trying to play catch up. Obviously, they still did need to do that, but they had some forms of wave clear that I think were possible to be used. Now they're facing down a huge Ocean Soul with very few pieces of Grievous Wounds on their team, just a Bramble Vest. Gonna need to pick up some more of those, I think. Probably Zev, because he's got the big spread damage.
And we've already talked about as well how hard it is to kill these carries through the Yuumi, and with the Ocean Soul, it's going to be even harder if you don't outright one-shot them, which, by the way, the Yuumi makes very, very difficult. And maybe Blue Water is going for my favorite macro play, which is give up a 4-Dragon Soul into Elder. But Iso does not want to give up his life right here, as Denethor will be forced to back away with Reppy showing on top lane. But Winthrop, they're feeling very strong with this Ocean Soul to just bear down, and that's going to be a root on a Reppy, and the Akali almost certain to drop, but no! Flash away, gets him out of dodge. So Blue Otter, they don't give up a kill, but it feels like they're back slowly getting pushed against the wall here.
Yeah, I think so. Even without the Baron, the siege threat is huge. Maybe I overestimated the wave clear here of Blue Water, as giving it another look. I don't know if any of these champions can really contest this, as they fail to defend that top lane turret, fail to defend the mid lane waves as well. Now they're going to be losing out on all of these jungle camps. And yeah, Blue Water, they may have been the recipients of a quick fastball from Winthrop around that Baron play. Not quite going to be able to recover.
Yeah, Winthrop accidentally went middle in the last one, but hey, there's a Baron spawning in a minute. Maybe Winthrop will accidentally hang a slider middle again, and Blue Otter can hit a Grand Slam, but it feels like that's what they need to be able to win this game. As, look, Zev has the 3 items. They definitely can win a team fight. The problem is they've got to get through a Winthrop that, outside of that one Baron play, has played a very solid game.
Can't discredit Winthrop for their abilities to find these advantages in the lanes. As... Whoa.
Oh, Iso, okay, we're just flashing on mobility in the mid lane. Just like that, TP's coming in. Trickster is here, and mobility goes golden flashback, and the Yuumi ultimate over everyone. Roots him up, and the dive has been stopped. Mobility's running forward. Reppy sure to follow suit. Iso goes down as well. It's going to be an ace max. That's the game, as it's a quadra kill for mobility.
Oh, and he was the one that got flash Nautilus ulted at the end. Does go down for his troubles, but a quadra kill. Nice way to end this one out, as you said, the game is just about over. Not technically over,
okay,
maybe
maybe
gotta
not.
go over to the Baron. Yeah, I mean, they don't have any minions available, so...
Yeah, I'm actually really surprised. Denethor, 25-second death timers and a Camille would think to me that you could end the game, but instead, they're just going to take the objective. So Blue Otter, one more lease on life, but Winthrop, they're really starting to put their stranglehold on this game. Felt like Blue Otter went for broke and just couldn't quite make it happen.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you. I think they think they realistically could have dealt some pretty devastating damage, if not ended the game in the base.
Yeah.
But I think this is just a roundabout way of doing that. You know, the only issue is if you delay it too much longer, then the Elder spawns, and you're potentially
my
in a
favorite
coin
macro
flip
play.
position.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hooray.
Yeah, that's what you do. You give up Elder, get the or give up Soul, get the Elder. It works in about 2% of games, but that 2% looks really good when it does. As Blue Water, they are forced to deal with those Baron minions in the mid wave now in mobility with Red-White. More than happy to just run up. Conveying gonna throw in their harass as well. Winthrop, they're searching, they're forcing Blue Otter out of their jungle and into their base.
Here come the Baron minions. Let's see just how right it was about that wave clear. Can Blue Otter actually defend away from these minions? Winthrop is setting up for some sieging times. We got Denethor up here. Oh, he's got a hull breaker. Yeah, okay, that cannon minion's not going to die anytime soon. I think that top lane turret's all but dead.
Yeah, and Winthrop, they're still just bearing down. They're still just trying to siege up. They get the mid inhibitor tower. Mid inhibitor goes down as well. It's just a slow, methodical push. Denethor carrying another wave of Baron minions into the top wave as Blue Otter feels threatened to respond to the bottom minions, but Trickster getting very low off our screen. Demon wants to try to chase this, but they can't. Not into the Yumi, not into the Syndra, and now triple inhibitor death means that you've got a hell of a lot of super minions coming in. Denethor, he's just onto the Nexus. He wants to end the game. Blue Otter, they can't do a damn thing about this Camille. They're in for the fight. Izo going to try to lock him up. Reppy can't take down the AD carry, though. 3 have already died. It's a really messy fight, but the result is the same. Winthrop ends the game, and they have qualified for the group stage.
Woo! Our second seed is into the group stage. Still 2 more games left to play as well, Hawk. And yeah, very, very well played from the Eagles over in South Carolina. As you can see, I am Talia right now because my cam was being a little weird before. But that's okay.
Fine, you look great. I'm loving this.
Thank you.
Yeah, but I like you said, Winthrop, it's a really strong game from them. Look, they had that one hiccup around the Baron, and honestly, they didn't have that big of a lead most of the game, yet it felt like they were so far ahead. Blue Otter, they had their moments, but Winthrop proving why they were the second seed in this tournament for sure.
Yep. I'm proud of the Eagles. Congrats on qualifying. And, you know, if anything is going to be repeated from the spring split, then perhaps we have a bit of a qualifier dynasty on our hands, because Maryville, the best collegiate team in the spring, just won literally everything. Yeah. So perhaps Winthrop's got that on their hands, but I'm personally expecting a matchup with Mirage Alliance later on into the day that we may potentially even be seeing on this stream. So, you know, sit tight for that. We might be seeing more Winthrop later, but for now, I think we've got a break here, Hawk. Is that correct?
Yeah, I believe we do. So we'll see if Blue Otter, they still got 2 more chances to pick up that third win. Winthrop, they are already in. We'll see if they get to that coveted 4-0 match up against Mirage Alliance, if Mirage Alliance even gets there. But like Smack said, we're going to go to a quick break. Don't go anywhere. And when we come back, we will be here with round 4 of the Swiss Open Qualifier. Yeah, welcome back, everybody, to the we're still on LCS Challengers, or no, we might be on Rally Cry at this point, but
both.
we're on both. Oh, that's wonderful. Well, it is worth noting, of course, that at I believe pretty soon the games will be going over to Rally Cry 1 and 2. So if you are interested in sticking around, of course, LCS Challengers will be taking over their own channels, and we'll be going over to Rally Cry if you're interested in watching the open qualifiers. But we're back. It is open qualifiers. We've already got, I believe, 4 teams qualified out of the 16 total. 2 games now to decide those other 12 teams that will move on to the main group stage. And Smacks, we'll be finding out one of them in the game that we have today. My name is, of course, Hawk, and joining me is Smacks, and we've got a great matchup queued up for y'all.
We absolutely do. And it's a very close seeding matchup as well. Seed 11 versus seed 12. Why don't we just take a look at these rosters right now as we've got them up for everybody. Starting off with Aporia, we have some names that a lot of people should probably be familiar with. Kitsuo, a former collegiate champion last year on University of St. Thomas. We've also got Enthralled, who's been bouncing around a little bit in these qualifiers. Livacious as well. And some new players also on Aporia's roster. Big fan of this lineup, to be honest, and they, of course, are already 2-1, so one more win will get them in.
It is a really interesting lineup, and like you said, they are on that cusp. They are our 11 seed, but staring off against them on the other side of the rift will be our 12 seed Apex Mission Impossible, made up of Decoy, Reg, Ariandel, Baz, and Pacus. Another very interesting roster, Summer. A couple of veterans like Pacus and Ariandel, but also you've got some of these young guns like Reg, like Baz, that are going to be bringing in some of that carry potential for this squad.
And we've seen Reg play a little bit on the qualifier stage, also back on the large roster alongside Shun, who did a really good job in that mid jungle. I remember them winning some games that a lot of people thought they would not at all. Also, people might remember that was the team where Wolverine said he would play and then didn't. So we've got that to remember Reg by. And now, again, 2-1. Both these teams are 2-1. If they win, they're in. If they lose, they have to play another one. Well, actually, fun fact. They got to play another one regardless, because you do want to get as many points as possible. If you missed that, we did break down the points a little bit at the top of the show, and there's probably a lot of information about it on the Rally Cry website, too, where you can also find the other games that are going on at the same time, because, again, 16 games going on right now. You're going to want to check out quite a few of them. This is not the only really good matchup we've got here.
Yeah, definitely. Be sure to check out Path to LCS / Rally Cry 2 for the other game on the official stream, and also all kinds of team streams covering their games. But Smacks, like we've said, this is the 11-12 matchup. One of them will qualify right now. We've got some exciting rosters, and now I'm excited to hit the rift. We're underway into draft. What are we sort of expecting for these teams to pull out here?
Ooh, well, we talked about it in the last draft. I'm going to bring it up again just briefly. Hopefully, I don't have to talk about it too much more, but Zerayumi are pretty good. I want to see those champions removed from the game, please. We already saw enough in the last game, Hawk. I've got my fill in. I don't need him anymore.
Yeah, I said it last game, but I'm going to say it again. If I get brought on for, like, my only day of play-by-play casting ever, and I'm casting a bunch of Zerayumi, I'm going to be really disappointed about it. At least last game, they were separate, not together. However, I want the cat out of the game, but we're taking our time in the bans. Both teams really wanting to think about what they're going to do, and I think with good reason, because whether or not it is Zerayumi or something else, I think we are expecting bottom lane to be a focus for these teams. Enthralled, a player in particular, that last split on Zenigma really stood out amongst the competition, had a great performance amongst 80 carries, and now on the Saporia roster with a veteran like Kitsuo by his side, going to look to elevate himself maybe to even higher heights.
And for Mission Impossible as well, Baz, it seems to be that he is playing a lot of the Lucian lanes. Lucian Nami, Lucian Milio are a couple of the wins that they picked up. Interestingly, though, the game that they lost, he did play Ezreal, and the game that they lost was against Infusion, who Aporia just beat in round 3. So maybe a sign as to who's going to win this game. Maybe Infusion is the test.
Yeah, maybe. That definitely could be the case. Bot lane bans are naturally the focus of Poria. Taking out the Jhin, I think, is interesting. Maybe wanting to force Baz into a bit more of a carried matchup. Allow Enthrall to try to unleash it a little bit. But Smacks, you can be happy. Zeri has been removed from the field. So we at least got one of those two out.
Yeah, hopefully the cat's going to follow, too. Oh, Nico as well. That's a pretty good red side ban. You know, it's expected. I feel like, you know, in a patch like this where you've got these 3 champions that are just way too good and you got to ban them every single game, sometimes draft just isn't super interesting for the first bans. And on red side, you just got to take away Zeri, Yuumi, and Nico. And Apex Mission Impossible at least agree with me 2 out of 3 so far. Perhaps all 3, depending on what this last ban's going to be. But yeah, I'm also curious about this Rengar and this Jhin. I wonder if those are just comfort picks here for Baz and potentially Decoy, potentially Reach. I don't know which one of them that's really angled towards. Probably Reach, I would guess.
Yeah, that sounds about right to me. Reach was a player that was known for playing some goofy stuff, for sure. I know last summer was playing a lot of unexpected picks, and looking pretty good on it. And Reach was very vocal about how, you know, they're very excited to find their next opportunity to compete at a high level after that experience that was their first foray into, at the time, the Proving Ground circuit. So now here with Apex, lots of good things potentially ahead. Because also worth noting, even if you lose this game, you go down to the bubble matchup at 2-2. You've still got one more chance to qualify. But Aporia, they have put themselves in maybe a great position, maybe a really damn boring position. Yuumi has been thrown down on one.
Probably both, to be honest. As Apex Mission Impossible, they chose the small boy instead of the small cat to ban. Yeah, I mean, whatever. They do similar stuff. I get it. Interestingly, though, Aporia did actually recognize the Lucian priority of Baz and took that one away. So the pairings of the Milio banned here, but also the Nami going to fall in priority quite a lot, as Apex Mission Impossible going to go for the Aphelios instead, perhaps pairing that one with something like the Lulu. We just saw a matchup of the Lulu and the Yuumi, trade there, and Yuumi did get the better end of it, so maybe a good sign for Aporia as Neela gets locked in. Okay.
Okay, so you know what? This almost makes up for Yuumi. Neela getting locked in completely changes the dynamic of the bottom lane. I wonder if this was prepared by Aporia. It is a big departure from what we would have expected for Enthralled, and with the Ahri getting locked in, Debonair has played that one already with a win in the open qualifiers. Going to be looking to play around presumably this Neela lane in bot with the roams, find big charms, and find big picks.
Neela's really interesting to me. There are a lot of different builds that people go for with this champion. Most notably, I think, is the Collector start, which allows you to have a lot of lethality, obviously, at the beginning, but also is a crit item. And Neela does have very direct scaling with Critical Strike. She gets more armor penetration with it. I believe she gets more lifesteal with it, as well as damage on her Q. So just having that stat, apart from actually giving you a chance to crit your attacks, gives Neela even more. So I've been seeing a lot of Collector. I've also been seeing Prowler's Claw, because the new Prowlers works well with your dashes. That's a thing to maybe look out for. It gives you a slow also. I've been seeing, of course, Gale Force. That one's pretty good. Gale Force in general is very, very strong on 13.11. Has yet to be nerfed on this patch. So yeah, a lot of options for Neela, but regardless of which one you go for, the fact still remains you're a melee champion. Right. You will get outranged by Aphelios if you're not careful and if you don't find those decisive strikes with your dashes and with the Yuumi follow-up.
Yeah, yesterday my friends and I were playing a normal game, and I played against a Samira that went Collector Duskblade, so she'd get one kill and then go untargetable while still ulting. And I know there's not a Samira in this game, but Neela's basically Samira. It's the same thing. So I really would be interested in what build Enthrall decides to go for. But catching up a bit on the draft, the Rakan, interestingly, getting locked in. So it's not going to be that Lulu Yuumi handshake. Locking in more for mobility and engage potential for Pakis, a player that is no stranger to being a leader and starting fights. Meanwhile, in the second phase of bans, jungle attention from Apex Mission Impossible with the Wukong Vi getting taken away.
Yeah, potentially putting that Gragas into the jungle position too, just trying to take away some of the other playmakers possible for Aporia. Or that Gragas can be flexed up to the top lane. That's the nice thing about locking in that champion very early on, especially on red side, where I'm expecting Apex Mission Impossible to probably... Well, actually, they banned 2 junglers, so I wouldn't be too surprised if they revealed their hand right now and saved counterpick from mid. Especially now that Annie is off the board. Ariandel has played that one a couple of times, as well as most of the players in the mid lane have been playing the Annie. This champion seems pretty good.
And of course, the Gragas is still a triple flex. So whatever you lock in here, there is still potential for it to go to either solo lane or into the jungle, which is part of the value of that pick. And Poppy is still flexible. I have seen a little bit of top Poppy cropping up amongst teams if they feel they need to flex it. Of course, Poppy has been a jungler quite a bit recently, but that does bring some early game playmaking power. And I think the real value here, Summer, is that it stuffs the Neela.
Yeah, definitely could, and Ahri as well with those dashes. You can provide some sort of nuisance to Yuumi as well. No detaches are available anymore. It's worth noting that Apex Mission Impossible's only game that they lost was against Poppy Jungle. And then they haven't played it other than that. So maybe getting some inspiration.
They took notes. They were writing that down.
Yeah. So potentially going to that jungle for Reach. But as you said, it could be Gragas in the jungle still. It could be Gragas in the mid. We're really not sure until this last pick does get locked in. Probably for Ariandel, though, would be my guess, is now it's a Cassante up in the top lane.
Yeah, so, and for anyone that's wondering why Kitsuo has gone for this Jarvan, which might look like a self-counter pick into Poppy, this guy, very much a Jarvan enjoyer. Kitsuo is an early game psychopath, ganking early and often, and I think the game plan here is very clear for Aporia, right? Play towards that bottom lane, try to get him thralled ahead on this Neela, but one pick remains in the draft, Apex Mission Impossible. They still got a lot of flex potential. See what they end up going for. Aurelion Sol would definitely give a lot of late game power into what I would say is a decidedly mid game composition for Aporia.
Wow. Okay. Aurelion Sol, yeah, like you said, lots of scaling on that champion. If this does go to 40 minutes,
40 games. Oh, he might be here a while.
Yeah, best of 60 or something.
Yeah,
I don't know. It'd be best of 61. We'd need an odd number. This isn't NACL proper. That's later, by the way, if you want to check that out. Probably, you might be watching it right now on the LCS Challengers stream. That game will be happening soon, so sit tight. Hopefully the this game doesn't actually reach Aurelion Sol territory, because then we'll get cut off in the middle of the game, and nobody really likes that. But I mean, late game insurance is definitely there for Apex Mission Impossible, and as you said, they'll definitely need it, because they're gonna have to survive the Neela ultimate inside of the Jarvan ultimate, inside of the Cassante madness and the Yuumi ult. Like, Aporia's teamfights are really strong.
They definitely are. Lots of damage, lots of pick potential. And again, I really just want to draw that microscope to the bottom side, because when you lock in Neela, at least to me, it all becomes about that champion. You're trying to get her off the ground. You know, you hit level 6 first, you can bring Jarvan down, you can really make some shenanigans. But across the map, right, there is a lot of stuff going on here. Mid matchup in particular might be important as well. And let's not forget that Livacious and Decoy, 2 players that have played in OQs before. They are in a bit of a tank matchup, but even the Gragas Cassante matchup, whichever way this one goes, could really help you in these mid-game team fights that seem to be all important.
Yeah, we've all seen the Gragas take over these games, the big Bumba. We don't know if it's Gragas or Poppy yet.
That's true. It could be either one, top or jungle. We have no idea.
Regardless, though, those are definitely tanks that deal a lot of damage. All 3 of them, Gragas, Poppy, and Cassante. And it's debatable on even whether or not the Gragas is going to be a tank champion. Because, you know, if it is in the jungle, we see more of the burst builds, Night Harvester and such. What is your favorite Gragas build, Hawk?
Oh, that's a good question. One of my favorite Gragas builds that I did, this is back in like season 10, so it's a little bit ago, but when Turbo Chem Tank was brand new, I would just go Turbo Chem Tank Gragas, so that way you didn't have to take Predator. and you would just run people down in lanes. It was really fun. It probably wasn't optimal, but I really enjoyed doing it. You know, like you're talking about Big Bomba. When Big Bomba comes like Mach 5 out of the woods at you, that's even more scary. So
What if you go? What if you go Turbo Chem Tank and Predator, both of them? Probably
why
not
did
right
I
now.
ever do?
It's
Why
gonna
did
get
I ever
pretty
do
bad.
that? Like honestly, just really run them down. Oh gosh,
That's what I did on Ramus. It was a fun time on Ramus.
I need to go back in the kitchen. Yeah, God, man,
Yeah,
that
it's
I should have
kind of
done
a
that.
shame. It's kind of a shame that Predator sucks right now and nobody can even build it.
Predator's a fun rune too, you know. I feel like when it's maybe it's too broken, that's why it has to be bad. Because when it's really good, being able to gank with Predator feels really OP. But when it's like bad, I'm like, oh come on, I want that crazy movement speed towards a lane.
Oh, yeah, that's a shame. Well,
Yeah.
we've got some crazy movement speed that we are using to run toward the Rift. Hawk, look at that! Like
Yeah.
that transition.
What a
Pretty good.
beautiful transition. I love it. Well, we're on to the Rift as Summer has so beautifully laid out. And we got some crazy movement speed in this game, even with the Gragas going up, because we've got a lot of phase rush in this one. And already Kitsuo walking into the jungle, just getting down a bit of a ward, but Aporia wanting to try to get off to an early advantage in this one.
Very interesting stuff, but not surprising. As you mentioned, Kitsuo likes to make things happen very, very early into the game. So getting that ward down, playing the Jarvan in general is going to lead to some shenanigans, you have to imagine. It's good to mention as well, like you said, with Enthralled hitting level 6 first. The reason for that, of course, being the Neela passive, which allows her and her lane partner to share experience, all of it, rather than splitting it up. Very, very useful in those bottom lane scenarios where you are forced to share the experience with your partner. You'll be hitting that level 6 point very, very soon. And the ultimates in that lane, completely bonkers. We already talked a lot about the Yuumi ultimate last game, so you already know about that. But Neela's got crowd control in her kit with that ult.
Not only that, but Rakan hitting level 6 as well is very devastating. So once 6 come through for both sides, things can definitely get very explosive. And I want to point out the summoner spell choice as well. Pak is opting for the heal on the Rakan. Very defensive selection from Apex, recognizing that they may be targets. As, yeah, just a little bit of trading back and forth. Both teams trying to jockey for position, but Summer, as you mentioned, range advantage goes the way of Apex.
Yeah, I'm not afraid to say it. I actually really hate the heal choice from Focus. I think the exhaust is significantly better against the Neela and against the Ahri as well. If you want to get into those late game situations, I think you're gonna have a lot more effective HP if you go for that. But they didn't do it. It is heal. Perhaps the early 2v2 is gonna be benefited by that. But Kitsuo's on a ward, so yeah.
Yeah. Oh, and Kitsuo doesn't know. The sweeper missed it. So really great ward from Apex. Keeps them safe from the gank. But Kitsuo still wants it. Still lingering in the area. Apex, do they walk up to the wave?
I think they do.
Ooh, and Brawl jumps in. Bacchus uses the grand entrance. Has the battle dance to get away, though. But the flag and drag lands. So it doesn't matter. No flash comes out. First blood goes to Enthralled.
Oh man, that was such a lose-lose spot for Baz. I mean, you see that the wave is all the way over there. They didn't manage it quite well enough to get the crash down, and they didn't actually keep it neutral because they were using that range advantage to try to bully them out, but also attacking the minions too much. As Regis trying to stop Kitsuo from stealing away this blue.
Bro needs to be careful. It's getting quite low. Reg has the flash if he wants to go forward, but the Yuumi has arrived. Flag and dragged in. It's a 4v4. Exhaust goes down. Kitsuo drops first, but Reg soon to follow suit unless he flashes away. It's a double going the way of Ariandel. Maybe can find 3. Doesn't have the mana though. Cryogen will drop. That is a 3-for-0. So Aporia on the bottom side gets the first blood, but the overextension costs them.
Oh, that cost them so much there, Hawk. And, I mean, Kitsuo, he's really trying to make this cross map happen. The assumption that he had there was that Reg was taking his top side of the map because he was on vision for all of that time. I think it's a pretty safe assumption, honestly. It's really strange that Reg is actually still clearing those camps on the other side, especially the fact that he skipped the blue and went straight for the Gromp. But
yeah, but
luckily Kitsuo can bounce back.
Ganking early and often is the name of the game. Flag and drag lands, but the pushback does not. So Decoy able to walk it out, takes a big chunk of his health for it, but that's more time spent. Oh, hang on. Decoy walking back up to the wave, has the flash, should be fine. A lot of time spent here by Kitsuo trying to make plays happen to very mixed success.
Hey, you see all that attack speed from Kitsuo? He's got lethal tempo on this Jarf, and I know that was a really popular choice before they reworked lethal tempo, but since then, I don't know about that as a Vivacious. Yeah, you're gonna flash that. Yeah, for sure.
Good flash by Vivacious, but again, it's all that topside attention coming through. Kitsuo not spending time to farm, and it's Emporia that actually loses out on a summoner spell from that play. So more advantages going the way of Apex, and meanwhile on the bottom side, Enthralled is getting pushed in. So Apex Mission Impossible, these early game smacks, after looking maybe a bit dicey, as you have suggested, the mistake to not counter gank bottom may be helping them out in the long run.
This is really interesting. I wouldn't even really call it a mistake, because I feel like Reed's just he was in the right place at the right time, just sort of by happenstance. I think it was better for Reed to try to go for the vertical jungle off of the first 3 camps, seeing that Kitsuo was trying to make a play in the bottom lane. Like, I don't know, there's a bit of a communication breakdown, I think, where he did stick around for a very long time, and Baz rightfully assumed that Kitsuo was still there that entire time. So, like, there is that being communicated to Reg, probably, where Reg is like, okay, well, if Jarvan is still here, then I do want to be over on this side of the map. I think that's kind of what ended up happening, but yeah, I think it's right for Kitsuo to assume that Reg isn't over there. So I don't know. It's just a weird situation for sure.
We sometimes have weird situations here in the open qualifiers. That is what we do, because a lot of these players, of course, are very new. We highlighted, especially on the side of Emporia, lots of inexperience, and those mistakes are, of course, going to come through, or should we say, weird situations. But these players, I mean, as talented as they are, definitely going to learn from them. And both junglers not having the level 6 yet. Smacks, I know we highlighted that as a big break point on the bottom side of the map. With Reach hovering here, it feels like there's not as much kill threat without those ultimates.
I agree. I mean, you can also notice that Baz is only level 4 here compared to everyone else on the screen is level 5. A lot of that experience missed because of the early pressure.
They didn't see him though. Reach comes out of the bush. That's a body slam into the wall. Enthralled has the cleanse, but no flash, and you can't cleanse a knockup. Kitsuo has arrived to try to support. Let's see who drops first. Reach will be the first victim, and now Pakis is on the receiving end. This Nila is just immortal unless Baz can trade it. It is a 1-for-2. Make it a 4th, because Ariandel, you got nowhere to go. Ends up dying off. That's a shutdown into the pockets of Debonair.
Oh my god. Did you see that last auto attack that Enthralled threw out? It ended up being a crit. So Baz just got completely bursted out of nowhere. That 15%. Sometimes you get the roll on that one. Sometimes the casino pays off, and Enthralled finds that one. Debonair getting in on the action. Now he is the mid laner who has 2 kills to his name. And oh boy, this has just been such a scrappy game in this bot side. This time Emporia, of course, getting the far better end of the deal.
I think Scrappy's better than what we saw last game, to be honest, though. They're really willing to fight. It's not that typical Yuumi, Aphelios, snooze fest. These teams definitely taking the gloves off. And already you can see Apex back out onto the map. Pak is trying to secure vision on the bottom side. No dragon has been taken in this game. Herald as well on the map. And junglers are still, or Kitsuo rather, just sitting in bottom lane looking for that potential to make a play, and here it is. Flash immediately forced out of the Aphelios.
Yeah, Baz has been just bullied in this game for sure. Like, he's 2-1-2. That's not a scoreline that you'd look at and be like, oh wow, this Aphelios is getting attacked, but he really has been. It's been so low so many times. Forced to flash now.
47 farm at 9 minutes. That's not great. You know, that's attacking, yeah. I think.
That's a good point. That's a good point. I thought that was going to be a Drake take for Aporia, but Kitsu is actually trying to eat both parts of the map at the same time. I don't know how this is going to work. Yeah.
Well, the Herald does go the way of AMI, and with the charm missing, Debonair just going to disengage. So, as you say, Kitsuo wants to go for the play, but can't find it. And now that's a 2-level lead for Enthralled. That's the EXP sharing advantage right there. Enthralled just diving under the tower. Baz definitely not having a good time this game.
That was, by all accounts, a 1 versus 2. Cryogen did not participate in that at all. It was just Enthralled one-shotting Baz over the wall. And look, he did actually go for a Dirk, so early lethality is here for this champion. Neela really appreciates the extra burst damage because all of hers is physical. So, yeah, it's just a fun little mess that Baz finds himself in. And by fun, I mean not very fun at all. It's still getting bullied in this game.
I wouldn't like that mess either, as Ariandel, ooh, Charm Flash goes wide. Really good reactions from the Aurelion Soul. But as we hit the 10-minute mark, we've had a lot of action so far this game, 10 kills having gone down. But it is Aporia with the 2,000 gold lead. However, Apex Mission Impossible does have the Herald in their pocket, and I'm with you. That Yuumi ult was questionable, I think, to say.
Let's not dwell on it.
Yeah. Let's move on. You know, both teams still playing around bottom. Dragon's still on the map. Everybody's staring at each other. Pak is likewise not having level 6 yet. It's definitely not a great time to be an AMA bot laner, and I want to praise Enthralled in this game as well. Picking the Neela into the Aphelios matchup. This felt like some sort of prepared counter, a matchup that Enthralled has been practicing. We touted this player for their performance in Spring Split, coming out now in the second open qualifier, or rather the first one of Summer Split, looking dang good.
Yeah, I feel like probably it's not the matchup and more so just like this is the alternative pick to Zeri when you get the Yuumi first pick and Zeri's banned. Either way, though, this is definitely something that you have to put games in. Neela, super unique as far as champions in the bottom lane are concerned. To call her a marksman is, I think, a bit facetious. Like, she does build the marksman items, but she is, by all accounts, a melee champion. So, yeah, I don't know. It's really cool to see someone just pull this one out and know the limits so well that you're able to just 1v2 turret dive and find these kills. Like, it's pretty neat to see.
I feel like it's easy to feel strong when you're up 2 levels on your opposite number, but I'm with you. I mean, no fear in that dive whatsoever. Yeah. Dragon was finally taken by the side of Aporia, so that bot lane pressure finally paying off, and now Reach could be on the receiving end of a charm. 3 members in the area, but there's no damage follow-up, and Poppy will just walk away.
I think as the game has done a little bit to slow down, unless Reach wants to dive this. No, okay. A lot of gold is here for Ariandel. He does have 2 kills still. He does have the first item, Rylai's, stacking up his tier. About to get some more gold with that Rift Herald pop. A couple of turret plates for him. And we mentioned in the draft that this Aurelion Soul is a huge late-game win condition available towards Apex Mission Impossible. I'm less concerned for Aporia now that they do have a very strong Neela, who I think is about to get a first item. Yeah, that's the Gale Force. But it is still something to consider, you know? This is a very strong, big old dragon.
Right. We're definitely going to be looking at Aporia to try to keep their foot on the gas pedal. That soul stacking is rather slow in this game. And as we're looking at the top lane as well, I want to give a shout out to Decoy. Up 15 CS into Livacious. Oh, hang on. Ariandel just going to get dunked. That's the Demacian power right there. Didn't really see the setup, but a great kill for Aporia.
They are reflecting my concern with the Aurelion Soul, Aporia. They've recognized that is a potential issue they will have to overcome. Ariandel did use the flash before in the 1v1 where Debonair tried to charm him in the lane, and yeah, just easy punish there with the Jarvan Cataclysm. It looked like all of this crowd control landed also. You gotta be a little careful with that one. Aurelion Soul can fly away from your little Cataclysm if you're not careful, so nice.
Yeah, no longer interrupted by just damage. You've got to get the CC down, so as you mentioned, definitely well played to be able to punish that flash. Now, Enthralled is getting jumped on, but I think the Neela is more than okay. Level 9! I mean, the XP sharing on this champion is crazy, and Baz, having missed out on so much as well, makes it so difficult. Ariandel is hovering down here. I don't feel like they can go for this, but they do have the quickness if they wanted to get spicy.
Yeah, the cleanse is available for the Gravitum route if that's going to be their attempted setup. I think you do have to go for the quickness. And yeah, Ariandel has already given up on the play, so I think Enthralled is going to be completely fine. Also worth mentioning that Cryogen has the exhaust available, so even if they do decide to jump on Enthralled, the damage is really low.
Thrall just getting jumped on, but that's the Jax Counter-Strike Mach 2 right there, just denying all the damage for Aporia. And now with a health advantage, Kitsuo is here, but so is Reed. This would be a very risky dive. However, tower plates have fallen, meaning that the tier 1 is super squishy, and Pakis drops fast, trying to defend the tower.
Oh, Enthralled is going for multiple dashes through the minion waves, looking like Yasuo there for a second. No Gale Force available anymore. They did use that to get the execute onto Pokus, but yeah, can't find any more plays. But the turret's already down, and that is 3k gold in the lead for Aporia. So much of that on Neela, who is very close to finishing the second item now. That's going to be the Collector that I mentioned as being super powerful for this champion.
Yeah. You know, Smacks, dare I say, ask and you shall receive. We wanted to see Aporia try to press their lead. Well, now they're up 3,000 gold. They're going to take a Herald. They've got first tower. Enthralled looking really strong in this one. And Kitsuo with the Titanic Hydra rush as well, just wanting to try to brawl clearly.
I have never seen that in my life. The Titanic
the lethal tempo Titanic, you get all that AoE down like this. I don't know if he's cooking or what, but Kitsuo clearly in the kitchen this game.
Yeah, he's cooking up something. Yeah, you ever played Legend of Zelda, the new game?
I've not played the new one, but I played Breath of the Wild a little bit, yeah.
Okay, you know when you like make a weird recipe and it comes out as like the strange like pixelated thing?
Right, yeah.
Gross?
Yeah.
I'm kind of getting that vibe from
Ooh.
the ingredients that Kitsuo's got for us.
This isn't like the nice like lamb on skewer. Like, I don't know. I mean, it's kind of spicy. I would eat it.
Oh, it's spicy.
I don't know if it's good, but I would at least take a bite, you know?
It'd probably give you like a weird buff. Like, you are slightly stronger at killing the goblins.
Oh! Whoa, speaking of killing goblins, Baz getting jumped on, but that's a Bomba back. Enthralled getting knocked onto the tower, forced to flash, and Decoy gets dunked. Now the follow-up CC comes through, but anti-synergy, Enthralled not able to follow up on the Cataclysm, meaning that everybody stays alive. Decoy traded out 1 for 0.
All right, still not too bad. And you can see the engaged threat is there from this Neela champion. I really like the usage of the ultimate and the Gale Force to follow it up also. Again, showing us that Enthralled does have quite a lot of experience playing this champion. Moving right over to the Drake. I mean, this Neela has a lot of attack speed right now. Whoa!
Okay, Ariandel just dies to the Foxfire, and the big Starfall, not enough. Aporia, they've got their foot on the gas pedal in this game.
Oh, that's pretty bonkers. All right, Debonair, super strong in this game. It looked like that was an Everfrost kill. And again, you got to be really careful as Ariandel. Your mobility that you have, you can fly away, but if you do get hit by the crowd control, then you're in for a sad time. Looks like he even tried to flash out, but still no luck. Ari so mobile with the Spirit Rush, so yeah, another kill onto Ariandel.
Another Brilliant Soul scaling, definitely a long way off. And Enthralled so confident on this mid-wave, stepping up 1v2, not even fearing Pakis's potential to start a fight. That is when, you know, things might have gotten a little out of hand. I mean, really the only advantage that Apex Mission Impossible still has is that top matchup with the 30 CS lead that Decoy does have. But when the rest of the map is falling apart like this, it doesn't really feel like a whole lot of an advantage.
Ah, yes, 2K, just in the AD carry position. Well done to Enthralled. Another 1,000
that's a lot of big
is coming
max.
from Yumi. Yeah, true.
We're bringing that one back.
Yes, of course. I think that's a Maryville sponsor. So we're in the wrong zone. Maybe we're gonna have to.
Am I gonna get?
We're on the LCS Challengers stream. I think Maryville's playing today.
Okay,
I know
yeah,
they're playing. I don't know if they're on this stream though.
Please don't find me for my eSub day. That would be a little embarrassing. I come in, I accidentally plug fast food chains
wait.
multiple times, and then I just get fined and kicked off the stream.
Look at this. Kitsuo's maxing his flag as well, just to, again, maximize the
beast.
attack speed. That is so fun. Well,
Well, Gordon Ramsay is going in with the Cataclysm. Ariandel, though, that's the flyaway that you mentioned. Red buff gets secured. That's the real prize.
Yeah, you can share that over to Enthralled now, too. So it definitely is the real prize. Another knockback.
Yeah, knockback lands. Reach getting chunked so low, but a great knock up from the Keeper's Verdict. Keeps him alive. Honestly, Apex Mission Impossible doing a great job of not allowing too many members to die unless Enthralled goes in 1v4. What are you doing? That's a big shutdown going over to Reach. And it's Livacious now on the receiving end. Goes all out. Can't get the final kill. And that's 2 traded back. So a bit of an overextension from Aporia under the tower goes punished.
Enthralled saw something there that the rest of his team just didn't quite have the lens equipped to see. His,
yeah.
dives underneath that turret. Yeah, that was an adventurous play. I'm not
Adventurous is a great word to describe that. Definitely went on an adventure under the enemy tower there.
Yeah, I think he forgot his map at home.
Ooh, needs Ezreal to help him out with that one, but
no, Ezreal's whole thing is that he doesn't believe in maps. So I don't think
that's true. Okay. Well, Enthralled, after dying, his prehistoric bones get put in a museum. He is back alive, fortunately. Gets another red buff transferred over. And I will say, you know, we're joking about the kills given over because Aporia, they're still up 3,000 gold. They still feel like they're in a pretty big lead. And with Dragon Soul point spawning in a minute, AMI doesn't really have too many ways back into this game. Their soul scaling isn't here. Their Ophelia scaling isn't here. And while that does buy them time, time is still not really their friend.
Yeah, can we give a look to... Okay, well, we'll look after this pause, it seems. But I was going to suggest a look at Aurelion Soul just to take a look at the stacks. I believe the proper number you're supposed to be shooting towards is 1.5 stacks every minute. Or what? Oh, sorry. 15 stacks every minute. Sorry, I moved the decimal place one too far to the left. My bad. But
15 stacks per minute. That sounds like a lot. Because what, you're getting 12 minions per minute, and then that means you're also trading with people. I mean, yeah. I could see it.
Yeah, that's the number you're shooting for most of the time. I mean, this game's been pretty scrappy, so I wouldn't be surprised if it's a little lower. But yeah, around 300 is like the benchmark for 20 minutes in a normal game. I think maybe a little lower. Maybe I'm overestimating it a bit, but I've been watching a bit of Quantum streams. This is one of my favorite streamers to watch.
So you've got the Aurelion Soul technology downloaded. We've got the math. We'll definitely be sure to check in on those. Yeah, I feel like New Aurelion Soul's cool. I know a lot of people have complained about some of the power that it has, but I think the hyperscaling dragon is very cool, and he breathes starlight. I'm a big fan of that, but the Aurelion Soul, not there yet. Not at Dragon God status yet. Definitely does have the chance to get there later, because this game still has been all Aporia. We're sort of taking stock. They are in the lead, and they're in an awkward spot because they're waiting for these objectives to be able to force and really extend their lead, but they don't actually have Dragon Soul itself spawning yet. So is there a world where AMI could just give up the soul point and try to wait for those 3 items on their carries?
The soul point is a hard sell. I think, well, okay. Giving over 4 Drakes, not very good. I think giving over
generally
3 is
try to avoid
fine.
doing that. Yeah,
I think, I don't know. I think Baron is also a pretty big deal because Aurelion can be a very effective anti-siege with the E. Just drop that down on mini wave. It can't even move. Baron makes that a little trickier because it's harder to actually execute those minions. But yeah, I think I don't know. Like, there's just something about a soul where if the game goes 40 minutes, then you're just gonna be okay at the end of the day. So yeah, I don't know. It's hard to really gauge, I think.
Do you feel like they're just blasting Bon Jovi in their Discord during the call, like, whoa, living on a prayer? Because they're halfway there. They're halfway.
They are halfway
to
there.
that big 40-minute mark that they need.
How many people you think know that song from Guitar Hero? Because that's how I know that song.
Do you really? So I've never. Oh God, I'm gonna really out myself here. I have never played or owned, I should say. I've never owned Rock Band or Guitar Hero once in my life.
Okay.
So I don't like. I've never really gotten songs from that. Actually, I'm feeling kind of like I'm not the Zoomer that I'm meant to be right now.
I mean, I feel like Zoomer maybe not quite the like I'm a Zoomer too, but I'm like a few years older than you, so I don't know. It looks like we're back in the game though, so that's pretty nice.
Good. No one has to listen to me sing Bon Jovi anymore. That's the big thing. No one wants that.
Whoa.
And for anyone wondering why the game is frozen, the pause bug, once you come out of a pause, the game freezes just for a hot sec, usually comes back in just a moment. So we'll go ahead and...
I really wanted to hear the sweeper noise in my ears.
Yes.
There we go.
Yes.
All right. I got my fill.
It was a great bass line for your whoa, whoa, whoaing from Living on a Prayer.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. If only we could
Classic
not
song.
get copyright struck and could play that like during the break for the teams that are 2-2, like, Living on a Prayer.
You know what? You did actually sing it very, very well. They might actually think that we just did that because
They might think I'm Bon Jovi. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, you are Bon Jovi like in your in your singing. So
yeah,
gotta be careful with that one, Hawk.
Oh boy, they
Also,
bring me
Arian
in
Del's dead.
and I get us DMCA'd and illegally plug fast food restaurants. It's just a disaster here when Hawk comes onto the stream, but. That Dragon Soul point that we were talking about, as there is a League of Legends game now on our screen, spawning in 13 seconds, and it is looking like Apex, they're not really setting up for that contest.
Speaking of dragons named Soul, Arendelle did die up in the top lane. Solo kill 2 Libations over there.
Yeah, okay. I missed that one. Did that happen on screen? And was I busy singing, or was that off screen? I don't know.
No, that happened like right as we got back in from the pause. So,
okay, all right.
We did barely.
Debonair pause hack? No, I'm joking, of course. There's that Dragon Soul point, and
no, it's Libations who killed him.
Oh, okay. Libations pause hack. No, but
yes. There you go.
Yeah.
We're accusing the wrong people.
We are. I'm sorry. False accusations. Very serious.
I think Arendelle's gonna die again. By the way, did have to flash away in the mid lane.
Arendelle is not having fun. They're really picking on this guy every time his flash is down, not allowing him to step up.
It's pretty tragic. I believe that was the Gale Force used by Enthralled to try to set that one up. Oh, and the ultimate too. So, do you know what Neela ultimate is called? It's one of my favorite ones.
I call it the Twirly Whirly. So no, I really don't.
That's a really good name too, actually. No, it's called Apotheosis. The reason I remember is because there's also a really good card in Slay the Spire that is called that. So
I have not played Slay the Spire, but
you should.
I will remember that now because you have told me it. The Apotheosis invested to get the Flash. We're really just waiting. We're waiting for these teams to fight. We had so much action in the first 10 minutes of the game, and honestly, since then, these teams have been relatively tame. There's been a few picks here or there, but no big team fights, and that's really what these compositions were built to do, and maybe it could just be jumping on Enthralled. Is caught out, but a great charm from Debonair disengages the fight before it even starts, and Pockets gets killed. Now Kitsuo going in with the Cataclysm. Baz forced to flash away, and Apex, they can't do anything but run. Decoy in the backside might be able to trade one back, but there's no way in hell. It's not enough. 2 kills go the way of Aporia.
Oh, you really thought you could deal damage to the Neela with the Yumi attacher, didn't you? As Arendelle's dead again.
Oh, the flashless dragon. It's a feels bad, man, for Arendelle. They may have Bon Jovi on their side, but they're still only halfway there. Smacks, I think I know what's on the menu, and it's a big purple worm. Unless Decoy maybe can kill people. Flash, charm, Libacious following up, but the body slam over the wall means that he's going to get away scot-free.
Looks like he's out. Unfortunately, the Baron does not have body slam. That'd be scary, though.
Remember when Syndra W had a bug and could pick up Baron?
Ah, yes.
That was
crazy.
There
was also Poppy E could do that too. You knock the Baron away.
I never saw that one. Oh,
I think that was before your time. That was that was in like season 2 or something.
That is way before my time. I have not. I only started playing League in season 6. I never played on Old Summoner's Rift.
Wait. Can we go back to Baz real quick? I think he's actually maxing attack speed on this build.
Ooh.
I haven't seen that one before. I've mostly just seen the AD or lethality, but yeah, look at that. He's got attack speed maxed out, and he's got like a few points in lethality and a few points in AD. I think that's what that is.
Or wait, no,
right?
isn't the E?
speed?
The E is lethality. The E, so he's maxing
Oh, is
lethality. Maybe he needs that
it.
lethality to kill people. As we got another fight started, Reach gets jumped on, but the apotheosis into Baz gets deleted. That's the carry gone from Apex, and they are scattered to the winds. Cataclysm over 3. Decoy's gonna drop. It's an ace as Ariandel falls. With Baron, is that enough to just end it, Max?
Well, if it's not, then it will be soon, because this game is a wrap. 5-for-0 ace. These team fights have not been close even a single time in this game. The closest fight that they had on the side of Apex Mission Impossible was that weird jungle invade that Kitso attempted at like level 3. Ever since then, this game has been completely one-sided. Turrets falling in mid and bot and top lane. Everybody is taking these structures. And I think everyone's dying in the base.
And Thrall
oh
just diving them under their Nexus towers. Level 15, by the way, on the Nila. Same level as his top laner. This is just illegal. 3 inhibs almost certain to drop. And with Baron online, Apex, they're not long for this world. Shirelius has been popped. The black hole is not enough. Reed's gonna try to disengage the fight. Ariandel does get away. And Aporia, hang on, they're getting low, but it's popped. Ariandel's down. Decoy drops as well, and that's gonna be it. Libacious and the rest of Aporia onto the Nexus towers. They're out of the Nexus. They're moving on to the group stage of the first NACL qualifier of the 2023 Summer Split.
Congratulations to Aporia for making it in. That's our 11th seed qualifying for the group stage. In Apex Mission Impossible, they are now at the very frightening and stress-inducing 2-2 scoreline, Hawk. Maybe going to be seeing them in a little bit as well, because those 2-2 matchups, those are some fun ones.
Those are always the spiciest ones of the entire time, because it's do or die. Now for Apex Mission Impossible, your entire half of your split riding on the line of this one game. But credit to Aporia. Like you said, Smacks, other than that one questionable jungle invade, I think it's fair to say, they really performed well.
Yeah, I really liked that one a lot. I mean, there's some very fun stuff. Like I said, the Kitsuo Hydra tech. I don't know if I fully agree with it, but you know, it's the fun flavors that you get here in the.
I think he was cooking. Look, I know you weren't a truther, but it looked good to me. So
that's because he was winning. He had the Yuumi on his team. Okay, we spent the entire game without talking about it, which I'm proud of myself for. However, Yuumi, let's ban this champion, okay, guys? I'm done with it. We've seen it win twice now on the stream. Let's just remove it from our view. Just get rid of it. And I think this third game can be a lot more fun, okay? Let's, whatever team we're streaming next, just red team, just ban the Yuumi, okay?
I'm with you. Like, where's my supports like Thresh and Nautilus that really, you know, they like to fist fight? Like, we got the Rakan this game, but I gotta be honest, the Rakan for Pacus, it didn't really work out this time around, unfortunately. So, like, I need, like, those really just, like, take off the gloves and brawl champs, because we got some brawling. And I will say, I thought the Nilo was pretty cool, and Thrall did drop a nuke this game, but yeah, it's just like the cat. It's so omnipresent when it's good, and it's like, man, I'm watching the game 4v5. I don't want to see that.
Yeah, and Neela has some other cool pairings that she can go for. It's not just Yuumi.
Yeah,
okay?
like
Soraka.
Yeah.
Champions. Soraka's kind of cool, yeah. My favorite one is actually Taric, because then you give the heals and the shields, and when Neela dashes in, you can relocate the stun for Taric, which is really fun. And she gets the invulnerable, because she's a melee team fighting champion, you know? Like, it works really well, but we haven't seen Taric since the Master Yi days, unfortunately. It's kind of been left to the wayside. So.
Oh, the Master Yi days. Definitely, yeah. Oh, it's a bummer. Maybe, hey, teams, take notes. Neela Taric, we want to see it here. If you're playing on the Rally Cry / LCS Challenger stream, you definitely might want to pull that out. Or at least don't pull out the Nila. But let's maybe take some stock. We've had quite a few other games come through. We've got, let's see, Miracle has qualified for the main group stage. CCG, they're up to 2-2. They're going to be on the Bubble Mirage Alliance, moving up to 4-0 with a win over Lit Esports. And Blue Water, after watching them lose last time around, they took down the Keyless Grandpa Gamers and have qualified for the main group stage.
Very fun stuff. We've got some very, very exciting 2 versus 2 matchups, I believe, as well. We're probably, I think, on this stream going to be watching the 4-0 game. Though.
Yeah, that would be my
whatever
guess.
that one may be.
Yeah,
probably Mirage Alliance. That'd be my number one guess.
Yeah.
They've kind of thrashed everybody so
Yeah.
far.
Well,
so yeah.
Unfortunately, I do have word that the NACL is starting. Well, I say unfortunately. You should go watch that. Go support the LCS Challengers League. Go subscribe to those channels. We're going to be hopping over to the Rally Cry channel. So if you want to see more of the Open Qualifier, be sure to follow us over there. But from us here on the Open Qualifier stream, I've been Hawk. That's been Smacks. We're going to Rally Cry. Enjoy the LCS Challengers. And welcome back, everybody, to the fifth and final game of the Open Qualifier weekend, now on the Rally Cry official channel, where we are bringing you our 4-0 match. This one is for all the marbles. It is worth noting, of course, both of these teams have already qualified for the main group stage of this tournament. But the number 1 seed and 5 championship points are on the line. And Summer, maybe this is even a preview of our finals. Of course, my name is still Hawk. That is still Smacks. And like I said, potential finals preview about to be on our screens.
I'm very excited about this one. We have intentionally saved all Mirage Alliance gameplay until the very last game because we knew we were going to stream the 4-0 match at the end of this entire qualifier, and we knew that Mirage Alliance was very, very likely to make it this far, and so they did. They won most of their matches in under 23 minutes, with their most recent one being, of course, the highest game time that they've had so far at a cool 36 minutes. But still very dominant in all of these games, and still very, very high in their experience levels on all of their players, as we're going to take a look right now.
Yeah, I mean, Mirage Alliance, even if you're just a casual fan of the space, you don't really know about all this LCS Challenger stuff, you would definitely know some of the names on this squad, as 3 of them have played in the LCS at one point or another in their careers, and the other 2 have been no slouches in the Tier 2 ecosystem as well. Chad Jungle and Sudsy making up that core, and an interestingly role-swapped Dardoch to support.
Yeah. Also, fun fact, Chad Jungle played 1 LCS game on 100 Thieves.
Well, there you go. 4 of them have played in the LCS.
So yeah, it's always a good reminder, technically 4, and then Sudsy is the odd man left out, but also has played on many, many rosters, most recently making it all the way to that promotion tournament before on Team Tony Top. Did actually qualify, did technically promote, but of course the team did sort of fall apart, and it's good for this matchup that they did, because Sudsy will be playing against some former teammates on the side of Team Ambition.
Yeah, definitely, and Team Ambition will be who they are facing off against. Bajani, Limo, Kachu, Levitate, and Snow 2. The bottom lane being those former teammates that you so mentioned, Smacks. Maybe not quite as much experience on this roster. There are some young guns in this squad, but that doesn't make them any less exciting.
Yeah, Kachu on the Maryville University roster as the substitute mid laner. Won't be joining the rest of his collegiate teammates over in NACL. By the way, NACL is happening right now. If you want to go check that out, those are on the regular channels over there. But yeah, we still have this match right here. And we are into the draft as well. Mirage Alliance back on the blue side. Seems to be a common trend that the teams want blue side here, Hawk. I wonder why that could be. Maybe it's because there are 3 super broken champions that you got to ban on red.
Hopefully not to first pick Yuumi this game. We're still rooting for it. Now, Kindred has already slipped through, or been banned, so one of those 3 OPs will slip through. Nico, Zeri, and Yuumi, I believe, are the ones you're referring to here. Malachi, yep. Kasante, I will say, those champions pretty strong as well, getting removed.
Wow, okay, so really attacking Chad Jungle's pool here. I'm curious if they're going to take away the Graves as well, as that's been the champion he's gone towards in most of these games in the qualifiers so far. Kindred, very, very strong with the Trinity Force build. Wow, okay, so 3 junglers taken off the board. None of them are Graves, interestingly, as I definitely would have looked at that champion a bit more than Team Ambition has so far, but no Yuumi ban, no Zeri ban. Mirage Alliance aren't even going to be the ones to take it on blue side, which means Team Ambition is going to end up with Zeri and Yuumi.
And dare I say, we might even see a Lulu Aphelios on the other side. That's been the matchup we've seen all day, unless they want to slam down something a little bit more punishing. A stat that I do want to bring up, Mirage Alliance, fastest average game time in this open qualifier. Maybe not to any sort of surprise, but winning 3 of their 4 games so far in sub 25 minutes. Very, very impressive. So we've already rounded out the top half of these picks and bans, Smacks, and I know you're disappointed about the Zeri Yuumi, but a lot of other combat potential in there elsewhere on the map.
Now, this right here, pretty strong, but that guy over here, Neo, I'm pointing.
I'm pointing the wrong way.
Yeah, there you go. I'm extending my arm.
Right, yeah.
Through your camera.
There we go. Look at that.
There we go. There. Neo. Very, very skilled player. One of, if not the best players that we have in this entire qualifier, coming straight out of LCS on Dignitas. I think a lot of people are pretty surprised that he dropped this far, like down to the qualifiers, not even in NACL proper. So really interesting stuff there. But I mean, I can't blame him. This roster seems very, very strong. Put together of some US team members. We've got Dardoch and Alorum coming straight off of that victory, and Chad Jungle as well coming from the Immortals Challengers roster. So Mirage Alliance, yeah, very, very good team.
Yeah, I mean, I actually got a chance to talk to Chad Jungle and Alorum while I was in Los Angeles. They both had some things to say about this tournament. Chad Jungle in particular was basically saying, like, yeah, I couldn't really find an opportunity at the LCS Challengers level that felt right for me, so we put together a team and we're just going to smash everybody. And that's what I'm expecting to happen, honestly. Now, Team Ambition, they put themselves together a very powerful team fight composition to try to prevent that, but Mirage Alliance, you cannot overstate the level of experience and talent on their roster.
Yeah, I wanted to bring up the bottom lane specifically here because, you know, Zera Yuumi, it's really broken. We all know this. It's really boring as well, just how strong it actually is. However, they're playing against Neo. And Neo, again, is that guy that I expect to be one of the best performers that we have here. So if any AD carry player could do this, I think it's Neo. Maybe Neo can be the savior we all need to defeat the evil that is the Zera Yuumi.
Yeah, well, maybe it is what we need. It's definitely a game about the bottom lane when you got Lucian Nami hitting the rip, and maybe we can have some goofy blast cones as well. But it's the final game of the first open qualifier of the 2023 Summer Split. One of these two teams will be the first seed in the group stage. The time will tell which one it is.
Did you see the flame in the all chat just there? Did you see that?
I did not. Wait, no.
Can we check that real quick again? It's nothing bad, I promise. Producers, it was just somebody on, I didn't actually see who it was, but somebody on Mirage Alliance was questioning what. Yeah, there you go. It's Alorum. He's wondering why Bajani has flash on Gwen. That's so funny.
Bajani's afraid. Gotta flash away maybe from Crazy Sapor. If he's a Giga Chad flashing in. That's what I'm going to choose to believe. But
okay.
Yeah.
To Alorum's point though, usually you do end up seeing Ghost or Ignite on Gwen top lane. So perhaps the third best option, as Alorum is kind of calling him out on. You know, Alorum, the master of these unorthodox top lane picks.
Definitely.
It seems the most recent one is going to be the Poppy. There was a chance in this draft that the Nico could have gone to him and we could have seen the AD shenanigans, which is perhaps why they did decide to go with the Nico first pick rather than the ever so powerful Yuumi, as it did have that flex pick potential.
And it is going to be Sudsy on that pick. Just to clear up any confusion with the names, if you're just joining us, Sudsy will be the mid laner of Mirage Alliance. Dardoch is the support, and meanwhile, on the other side, the top laner for Team Ambition is Bajani, and Snow 2 down in support. Just in case you're wondering why the names we're saying have discrepancies from their solo queue names. But Smacks, you can rejoice on the bottom side. Look at this, Neo and Dardoch, they're pushing the Yuumi Zeri off the wave.
Hooray! They've won the level 1 and the level 2 as well. Will they win the rest of the levels?
Those are the ones that matter.
Yeah, they are, unfortunately. Having a little bit of trouble trading into the gigantic shield that Yuumi does provide. Again, I cannot complain about this champion enough, but I will stop for the sake of the entertainment of the shield. This Chad going for an invade. Limo actually does know he's here.
Waiting. Yeah. Limo jumping in, denting blows, doing quite a bit of damage. Both junglers have the smite. It is going to be a 50-50. Blue buff resets. They're both just playing a game of chicken in front of this one. Chad is tanking this one up, taking quite a bit of damage, and Limo has rep buff advantage. Chad, you need to be careful, my friend, but the combo smite and passive gets it, and now it's Limo on the receiving end as Dardoch has walked up, and you're flashing right into Illusion. Neo, wait a minute, not able to finish him off. The double shot, not enough. Limo gets out somehow.
Well, that was a very close exchange as Limo loses the blue buff, loses his flash, and loses all of his pressure on the map, as now he's forced to just recall underneath his own bottom lane's turret. Meanwhile, by the way, Kachu got the flash trade mid and the solo kill onto Sudsy in his Gragas versus Nico matchup, so that's pretty crazy.
Yeah, okay. Well done to Kachu, the young gun. I mean, both Limo and Kachu, the newest players on this Team Ambition roster, both of them have featured, well, Kachu featured on Team Ambition last split as their substitute mid laner coming in halfway through, and Limo has played on quite a few of our middle to lower tier open qualifier teams, really getting a shot as a talented player on Team Ambition this split you'd love to see. And Team Ambition, again, putting together a great roster of both young talent and older talent that might be able to contend with some of the best. But, I mean, again, Mirage Alliance, despite the first blood going down in Midsummer, they're still in a pretty good spot in this game.
Yeah, I would agree with that one. We still do have a pretty big mid lane CS discrepancy here in favor of Sudsy. He's getting some spells out there on Kachu. First to dodge out on much of these. Really still looking.
Hold on that thought though, because Levitate's going in and the bubble miss, and Knight is on, so he is forced to flash away. The Team Tony Top bottom lane getting thrown back by Mirage.
Wow. All right, and Mirage keep both their flashes too, so doubling the summoner spell usage of their opponents. Team Ambition forced to back away, and you know, we're getting more and more levels where the Yuumi and the Zeri are losing. Neo and April, aka Dardoch, of course, have now won levels 1 through 4. Can they keep it going?
Very true. That was a very touch and go fight too, because Neo, out of mana, got a little bit worried that he could get taken down, and clearly that's what Levitate saw. But getting those summoners off this Zeri, you've also got to think that Chad Jungle on this Viego will want to get involved if he's able to. But, I mean, all things considered, it's a very even game so far. Gold is exactly even. No dragons have been taken. Herald's not on the map. Everybody just more than happy to farm up and wait for their windows to make a play.
While we're in this waiting mode, I do want to bring up the fact that Dardoch, you know, as the support role swap, has exclusively so far played enchanters, and that's something that you typically do see of new support players. They'll either gravitate towards specifically tanks or specifically enchanters, and I think that there isn't really a right answer unless you try to do both when you're first starting at the role, because they're so different from each other that positioning specifically in team fights is just completely different. It's really rare that you'll get someone starting as support that is immediately good at both styles. So I'm really glad to see Dardoch specifically commit to one as he is learning the role on this new team.
Yeah, well, Kachu does get jumped on by the Nico. However, Explosive Cask able to disengage it, and nothing ends up happening. And I'm definitely with you, Summer. I know Dardoch as well as teammates on University of St. Thomas really praised him for how they felt the leadership qualities that he brought to the team were. He was really teaching them how to play the game, a huge vocal leader for them. And I would guess that Mirage Alliance will be happy to have that skill set on their squad here.
Yeah, I sure would hope so. You know, they've got some voices on this team. I know Chad typically likes to be quite loud in his games as well. You know, this is one of those teams where I'm really hoping we get some mic checks from them on the Twitter and everything. We already got one of them. I don't know if you saw, but Chad tweeted out a clip where Sudsy was playing Nico, and he turned into a super minion and got the jump on the enemy mid, and the comms were just like, no way he just fell for that. It's just like...
Well,
it was just so
and
fun.
Levitate and Snow too, two players that have had some interesting comms get leaked as well, if you know what I'm talking about. Don't think I can say them on this stream, but they're pretty comical.
Well, okay. It's nothing terrible.
It's nothing terrible. It's nothing terrible.
Worried.
It's just like,
It's just vulgar.
Yeah.
You know, like...
No, it's nothing like, oh, like they're bad for saying that. It's just, it's goofy. They're kids, you know, they're kids having fun.
Don't say that one either, okay? They didn't say anything bad. Don't worry. We're not upset with Levitate.
Oh, definitely not. It was incredibly funny.
We just don't want to say any swear words on the stream, okay? That's all. Anyway.
Yeah. Well, we can watch the top laners farm it out on top side. We did see Chad taking away the dragon just a few minutes ago. Now Herald on the map as well. Limo in the bottom side, there's just no response to this. Assist ping does go down. They do know that Viego's on the side of the map, but TA, they're just going to give up the neutral. Maybe they can try to cross-map a dive on bottom or in mid.
There was actually a chance that Chad snuck into this pit, as he did use his E to get the stealth off, meaning his icon wouldn't show on the Scuttle Crab minimap. So there is a chance that this is entirely a surprise. Now that's picked up by Chad. Of course, you do get the big sound now, so they know. But I do like the little added sneakiness, is there's a teleport up top lane.
Yeah, trying to prevent the gank, one would have to think, and hope Bajani can push out and go base with low resources. So, good guy Kachu helping out his top laner, but that does mean that it's going to give Sudsy priority in mid. And now, body slam into the wall. Bajani, you need to be careful. You're running out of HP. Flash for flash is traded, and the heart breaker rips out Bajani's heart. Well done to Chad to pick up a kill.
Ooh, I really like that movement from Chad. He knew that the only possible way that Bajani was going to escape was with that extra flash, because the Poppy W was preventing the dash, and Chad right there underneath the turret, ready to claim that kill. Perhaps because Alorum did spend all that time flaming Bajani in the all chat. It's like, hey, why do you have flash? It doesn't do anything for you. Kind of proving his point.
Very true. I feel like if Bajani had the ghost, he might have been able to get out of that one as well with the extra movement speed. But
yeah,
what Zun has done, Bajani flash traded and still dies, and Chad getting a kill on this Viego. Look, Summer, I've seen a lot of Viegos go crazy, but it's a Wukong going crazy first as Limo snaps the trap shut in bottom lane. Dardoch forced to flash away, and Sudsy with the TP in. Needs to be careful, but Pop Blossom goes up and drops down. 3v3 in the bottom lane. Levitate getting caught by a bubble. Can't get away. And now with the resets, you gotta run for the hills, TA. As Chad is now playing the most OP 80 carry in the game. Chasing him down. Kachu, he's got flash, but no way out unless body slam over the wall with a blast cone does get him away.
Oh my god.
No, no way. No.
No
Limo,
way.
forced to run. One more auto. Oh, they're corralling him.
Oh,
wait.
My
Hang
god.
on. It's a little scuffed.
Well.
Okay, well, Chad, it's 1 for 1.
Yes, it is. Okay, wait. No, there's not gonna be anything else.
No, nothing else. We're not that crazy. We're not that crazy. we're both like dumbfounded at the first time. We never really know what's gonna happen next.
I know. That's the fun of it. You know, this is just a happy, fun kill times. I always love seeing that, as Alorum is pretty heavily winning these trades against Bajani. He does have legal work, so if anything gets too scary, the Gwen ultimate is available. But yeah, I mean, everyone is trying to fight. By the way, I want to draw our attention to Neo's first item, as you can see it in action.
Whoa. Serpent's Fang. That is, I have not seen that before.
I haven't either.
I guess, Yuumi gives shields now, right? More shields than heals,
She
so
does.
maybe that's the
She
idea.
absolutely
Lethality on
does.
Lucian feels good, I would guess, but... Huh.
Yeah, alright, I mean, you know what? More power to him. I understand the vision. You want to kill Zeri. Zeri is shielded. What deals damage to shields? Serpent's Fang. That's the mind equation that we're working with here, okay? Like, I get the logic, but does it do more damage than something else? Well, I'm not that much of a nerd, so I can't tell you.
Neither am I. I can't tell you for certain, but my gut is telling me no. So we'll see if that is actually true. I do want to point out, Mirage, as we get into this mid game, they've got a 2,000 gold advantage right now, lead in the bottom, mid, and jungle lanes, as that bot fight was pretty big. It's pretty marginal from top to bottom, but leads nonetheless across their carry roles. As Levitate really starting to get bullied out. That Serpent's Fang Lucian doing damage.
So it seems it is, as we got the Rift Herald down here now, alongside Chad
Careful
attempting
of
a
the
dive.
Yeah, it's going to be Limo trying to engage onto Chad first and force the enemy jungler away. That should prevent the dive as the Herald comes down. So, well played the team ambition to stay alive, but it's still more gold into the back pocket of this Lucian.
All right, maybe another plate is in the works as well, as Neo quite strong at this point. I mean, The one good thing about Serpent's Fang, other than the shield break, is it's a very cheap item. So that is one draw. You have that way before any first item of Levitate.
Ooh, dash back in from Levitate. They're going for the all-in, but the culling is blocked by both Snow 2 and Limo. However, it forces Levitate even further off the tower. Plate stays standing, but it's Mirage Alliance continuing to flex their muscles.
Yep, they're going to get the Drake as well. Chad, not even needed for the extra bullying underneath that turret, denying this extra wave. I think that first turret is theirs, too, because the plates just fall. This is going to be very easy for them to take down. So, yeah, first Drake, first turret, second Drake now, as Mirage Alliance are just off to the races with this gold.
And I want to give Limo credit. Feels like he's doing a very good job of playing defense for Team Ambition on the bottom side of the map. But the problem is, it's just not been enough. Mirage Alliance, they're skirmishing so effectively. Their champion's just more powerful at this point in the game. And now with those aforementioned advantages, Summer, they've got a 3,000 gold advantage. They're pretty well and truly in the driver's seat of this game.
I know I will say, I typically go into these games not really rooting for anybody. I just want to, like, see who's going to win. I just root for the most quality League of Legends possible here, Hawk. However, if Mirage Alliance is able to defeat Zerayumi, then count me a fan. I am rooting for Mirage Alliance to get that 5-0. I want to see these two get defeated so we can stop picking it. Have a solution ready for this so it doesn't have to be in every single game, please.
One could say you're not rooting for any team. You're simply rooting against Zerayumi.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely I am.
I feel like
My goodness.
Competitive fans, not just in the NACL qualifier scene, but around the world, are with you, as it's been a little bit omnipresent in the LPL and the LCK so far. Fortunately, it's not made its way down the CBLOL yet. So we got that going for us down in Brazil. Tune into the official CBLOL English stream if you're really cool over the weekends. But, of course, the qualifier stream will be happening at the same time. Maybe pull up your Twitch multi and watch both. Watch some really good League of Legends. I mean, what a time to be a League of Legends fan with all these great teams playing.
Speaking of multi, I don't know if we mentioned this at the start of this game in specific, but there are 16 games going on at the same time. So if you're missing out, if you're only watching this one, you are missing out on the other 15 games. So highly recommend checking those out. There are a lot of games going on that are right now qualifying teams for the group stage, as I believe Chad has been killed alongside Bajani.
Yeah, a dive happened
And
completely
now Kachu.
off our screen. Kachu gets bopped, though, by Sudsy. Sudsy, I think he knows he's on the wrong side of the map. Levitate going to try to run him down. And let's see what kind of tricks this Nico can pull out. I don't think there's going to be any with the root missing. And yep, flash traded. It's a shutdown taken. No, Snow. Oh, boy.
That's the oldest trick in the book. You give the kill over to the support.
There you go.
That
Now you don't have a shutdown
best
anymore.
possible outcome.
Yeah.
Exactly. And you got the flash out of Levitate.
And meanwhile,
All
on the
good
top side,
things.
everyone was dying, and they got a tower for Mirage.
Yes. Yeah, I think Bajani killed Chad there, so some gold going over to the Gwen now. Full Riftmaker purchased, so yeah, just some gold exchanged across the board. We never said these games were going to be the cleanest, did we? 5-5 right now, as we still see Mirage Alliance in a pretty heavy lead, but the more kills that you trade over to the Zerayumi, the scarier that they get.
It's very true. The scaling definitely is accelerated by the trade of kills. But it's as you say, despite how close the kill score is, it's still Mirage Alliance pretty firmly ahead in this one. They've got both side lane outers down. One would guess they want to try to move their resources towards mid, play towards that tower, play towards that Dragon Soul point, spawning in a minute and a half. And especially if Neo has Gale Force on his next base, this Lucian is going to be very deadly.
Very true. And already has the extra burst of the lethality item as he rushed it. And there's now an Imperial Mandate. I feel like I should know that item better than I do. I just forget the name of it. You know what it is? Every single time I'm playing support, whenever I buy first item, I say, I have good item. And then that's it. That's all I need to know. I bought my first item. Good item is here. We fight now. And that's what Dardog is at.
I mean, support one item. pretty crazy a lot of the time. I know, you know, Snow taking the shutdown, definitely not optimal still, but doesn't mean that the Shurelias is in inventory for the Yuumi. So it's still something. Lots more movement speed for Levitate to go zoom around the map and try to do the stupid Zeri Yuumi thing. But again, that is the Gale Force for Neo, so I have a feeling that the man with 2 pistols is going to have something to say about it.
Yeah. I also do want to mention on the topic of Yuumi, this is a very rare first item to go for this champion. It's typically either the Ardent Sensor or the Mandate, and then after that it's typically Echoes.
And they're just engaging straight onto him, and Levitate gets absolutely blasted. Snow 2 can't get out either. Limo and Kachu forced to run for the hills. Ult is invested for the wave clear, but they've got the Herald summoned up anyway. Rush Alliance, let's see if they want to stick around for this. Try to get the mid lane tier 1. You'd think that's a bigger prize than the Dragon, and indeed they will get it. They can probably even get both, and maybe even just another Herald charge for good measure.
We are seeing why Nico was the first pick of choice, as no way they get another Herald charge. Okay, they're not even going to try for it.
They've got a whole other tower, though. That's
just killed it.
Yeah. But,
and the Drake.
It's still not a great... You know, it's a small... Oh, Bajani.
Oh, hi, Bajani.
What are we... Oh, Alorum! Able to get the shoulder charge, but Bajani did skip over the wall, and now TP out. Can he find him in the bush? No! Bajani, Houdini getting away, but again, these are very small wins for Team Ambition. Oh, great. They didn't get 3 Herald charges. Oh, great. They didn't kill our top laner. But we're still losing 2 turrets in mid, 2 kills, and a dragon off the back of it. Smacks, this is a 6,000 gold lead at 20 minutes.
Yeah, a bit of a thrashing going on in this game. Again, we did seed this team first unanimously over on the committee, as you are listening to 2 members of it. Both me and Hawk voted for them #1. For good reason. I do want to point out, I was one of the few people who voted Team Ambition second. So, just want to throw that out there.
I was not, so I'll hold my L. I voted Winthrop, I won't lie. But, you know, Team Ambition, they definitely deserved it, and this is a roster, I mean, in particular, their bottom lane was really something special last split, I know, and we've already mentioned the level of talent that they do have elsewhere on this roster is pretty hard to overstate. I mean, there's a lot of players that may be unproven, but definitely hungry to prove themselves together.
Yeah, absolutely, and these teams are 4-0 for a reason, right? They did earn their way here, and they will earn themselves both first seeds in their groups, at least
Limo needs to be
from the
careful.
seeding alone. They do have to still win, though.
Yeah, and Chad's gonna go in. That's the sun. That's the flash pop blossom as the jungler of TA is down. Bajani does do a lot of damage, but gets dropped in the end. And they've got way too much of it on the side of Mirage, as it's gonna be an ace as Snow 2 dies under the tier 2. That's 22 minutes in, and Mirage pulls the trigger.
Oh, man. A lot of their games would have ended by now, by the way. They have won so many of them so quickly. And now, I mean, Chad doesn't need that ultimate. They already killed all 5 of them without it. Why not just hop over the wall and start up the Baron? Half HP already. Everyone on Team Ambition dead. This objective is as good as gone. I think Mirage Alliance are on their way to that 5-0 illustrious 25-point total.
Dare I say that Team Ambition is almost as good as gone from this game. Just like the Baron, Mirage Alliance putting on a clinic, proving why. 4 out of 5 players on their roster have played at least 1 game in the top level of North America, the LCS. I mean, just such an impressive performance from these players, all of them. Players that have played at higher levels and proven themselves time and time again. And Chad Jungle said it best. Hey, I didn't find an opportunity right for me. I'll just promote myself. And damn, what a way to start it off.
It's looking very good for Mirage Alliance. Of course, this is just the second day of the qualifiers, so they're going to need to keep that level of consistency moving forward. But as long as they stay together, as long as they stay in form, this is the team that we expect to give the promotion tournament the most trouble and the most competition come the end of the summer split. And I, for one, am very excited to see that one. I mean, this team, very, very entertaining so far. With the Baroned up minions, they're trying to attack these inner turrets already. Chad is to ult out, though.
Yeah, Chad does get forced away, but Alorum's just in, no fear whatsoever.
Oh,
Pop Blast him
wow.
out of 3, Neo with the calling, doing the damage over top. Now Levitate still alive. It could be a Zeri moment, but there's no way in hell when your front line's already dead. Chad going in, gets belly bopped, but is able to get himself out of dodge. 2 quick kills going the way of Mirage Alliance, traded for 1 on the side of TA. Levitate. Maybe sticking around up. Just Neo dashing in, chugging him out. It's the flashback with the kill. That's the dunk, and that might just be it. Baron in hand, Mirage Alliance gonna cap off a 24-minute demolition in our 4-0 match.
Congratulations on the 5-0 finish in the Swiss qualifiers here to Mirage Alliance, our clear unanimous favorites in the first qualifier of summer 2023.
What a performance from them. Team Ambition, they may be young and they may be hungry, but sometimes there's just no beaten experience. Mirage Alliance, this is a team that was built to promote, and I know we're a long way off from that moment, but like I said in game, what a start for them.
Feels really good, I'm sure, for Mirage Alliance. They are now looking at that first seed going into the group stage, where they will be facing off against 3 other teams in that group. And yeah, I mean, they're the unanimous favorites for a reason. So much experience, so much skill on this roster. If they can keep playing exactly like that, or maybe even better, because again, they haven't really been playing together as a unit for very, very long, apart from some pieces. You know, Dardoch and Alorum played together on Team Fish Taco before, but other than that, I mean, this is just 5 really good players coming together, understanding a base level of how to play the game, and I'm looking forward to seeing how much they can improve.
Yeah, most certainly. And for TA as well. Speaking of improvement, again, some young players on this roster, a lot of talent, and still going 4-1. They're still in the main group stage, and they're going to be a very high seed at that, which means that Team Ambition, they're going to still be looking for one of the high placings at this qualifier tournament, and I think they've got bright things in their future. Unfortunately, Mirage Alliance may have been too much for them today, but good stuff out of them nonetheless.
Yep. Congratulations to both of these teams for getting a 5-0 and a very respectable 4-1 as well. If you at home want to watch all the other action, I'm sure there are still other games going on. We started this one pretty early, so be sure to be on the lookout for all the other community streams out and about. Thank you everyone so much for putting those on, by the way. The Swiss brackets cannot happen without all of our community streamers. So again, huge appreciation to all of you for putting those on, and thanks for being on the show with me today, Hawk.
Yeah, thank you for having me. I know Ravish, I'm not him, but I hope I was able to fill the shoes okay. We had some fun up here, I think. We sang together, yeah. we joked together, we laughed together, we cried together over Zeri Yumi. But we had a great time, and I hope you all out there did as well. Starting next week is, of course, going to be that main group stage. Every single game will be streamed either here on Rally Cry Official or over at Rally Cry 2. So make sure you are following both of these Twitch channels. Make sure you're able to catch all the games, because the LCS Challengers qualifier action is only going to heat up as the split goes on. As Summer said, I've been Hawk, that's been Smax. Have a great day, everyone.